Chapter 281. It had been 6 years. He did not know when it started, but the prince did not hate his current life too much. He was far away from disputes and schemes, death and bloodshed. Classes, training, reading, playing chess, being a passerby, being on guard duty. Waya, Ralph, Ida, Leespan, Nicholas, Justin, Kings, and that girl. But Thales knew that there was a small voice in his heart reminding him. After Putre's arrival, this voice became clearer. For him, who was born with many hardships, this would not last long. Fate would not show kindness for no reason. Accidents always came suddenly. For example, the prince sighed and flipped open the light of mankind. The beginning and end of the Temple of Knights he brought. He took out a familiar-looking sky-blue invitation card. Thales looked at the beautiful cursive handwriting on it. There were only 3 words. Are you ready? The prince shook his head and raised his head again to look at Asda, who had suddenly appeared opposite him. Strangely, such an obvious living person appeared in the private room, right in front of the prince, but everyone who could see him, be it Waya, Ralph, Justin, or even the countless soldiers on the streets and on the opposite building, did not seem to see him. Their gazes swept over the mystic's position from time to time, but they did not react. It was as if this person did not exist. This made Thales uneasy. He could only adjust his breathing and control his heartbeat. This is not the first time. Calm down. He comforted himself. Don't worry, they won't be able to hear my voice, and they won't be able to see my existence. Air is a very interesting thing. With a little adjustment, miracles will happen. The air mystic did not even raise his head as he stroked the chess piece in his hand. After all, there is only one black sword in the world. Asda was still as handsome as ever. His dark brown curly hair was still pleasing to the eye, and his robe was as clean as new. It was as if he had suddenly traveled from 6 years ago to 6 years later, ignoring the passage of time in between. Yes. Thales furrowed his brows slightly. Deep impression. You've grown up. Asda raised his eyes and said calmly. There was a faint blue light behind his eyes. You seem to be very relaxed. You don't have any self-awareness of being a hostage of a country. Thales did not look at the man's expression. He grabbed a pawn and moved it forward. Am I supposed to cry every day and hope that a calamity who can overturn the world will come and save me? Asda did not mind his sarcasm. He only focused his gaze on Asda. However, on the mystic's chessboard, a pawn moved forward by 1 square. I hope that you still remember your identity, and I mean your true identity. The air mystic said softly. Don't get too involved and don't be too high profile, lest you find it hard to extricate yourself. Thales whistled and shook his head. You were the one who almost destroyed Dragon Cloud City in order to take me away, right? Thales took another step forward. Asda did not speak, and his expression did not change. Thales took a deep breath and asked tentatively. As a person who disappeared for 6 years and did not bring anything with him except for the invitation from 5 years ago, I don't seem to have the right to say that, do I? Really? I almost thought that he had been sealed. Until the invitation 5 years ago, there was only 1 sentence on it. Prepare the classroom, wait patiently. Until, Thales looked at the blue invitation card that had suddenly appeared the day before yesterday and sighed again. There is a reason for my disappearance. Asda's gaze returned to the chessboard. The second pawn moved forward in a strange manner. Giza's appearance is not a small matter. It's not just the Queen of the Sky. In the past 6 years, many existences have visited Dragon Cloud City, both openly and secretly. Among them are enemies that you and I should be wary of. I am not confident that I will not be discovered. Enemies? Thales seized the word. So I need to keep a low profile and wait until the most dangerous time is over. The mystic glanced around. And during the days I was away, you did a good job and found a good place. Thales exhaled and moved the pawn to take one of Asda's chess pieces, turning the pawn into a swordsman. For this occasion, an excuse that will not arouse suspicion. I schemed and prepared for a full 3 years. Yes. Over the past 5 years, Thales had tried countless ways to have a safe, private conversation with Asda. He could talk to himself in Heroic Spirit Palace, read in a quiet place, or hide in the library. But no matter what he did, it was too dangerous or inconvenient. whether it was because he would attract unnecessary attention or because there were guards everywhere in Heroic Spirit Palace. He needed a special occasion, a place where he could stay away from the crowd without arousing suspicion. For example, right now, who would have thought that the Prince of Constellation, who was playing chess with himself, was actually talking to a calamity under the watchful eyes of the public? This is the sorrow of worldly restraints. Asda moved the third pawn again, as if he did not care about Thales's swordsman at all. I will still say the same thing, think about it. Come with me? Then you won't have to worry so much about preparing the classroom. Asda raised his head and looked at Thales with a profound gaze. The prince rubbed his fingers, grabbed a shield warrior, and moved diagonally to the side in an attempt to block the opponent's 3 pawns. I thought we made it clear enough, Thales said with a sigh. What you need is a king to do something you could not do in the past. But you are in a difficult situation. Asda moved the knight from behind the 3 pawns without hesitation. At the same time, he held back the charging swordsman and the shield warrior who was ready to intercept him. To be honest, even if your performance is amazing, I am still not optimistic about your success in being crowned. If this is all you are going to say, then we can end this early. Thales sped up his tone, slightly displeased. He grabbed a catapult, jumped over 2 chess pieces, and placed it in a position to threaten the opponent's knight. Asda flashed a chilling smile that Thales had seen before. What about the weapon? The one that sealed Giza 6 years ago, the mystic said softly. I thought that when you came to see me, you would at least bring it with you. On the chessboard, one of Asda's pawns suddenly took a step forward and became a swordsman. For your safety, he said softly. That weapon. In the past, Thales' heart would have probably skipped a beat at this moment. But Thales knew very well what kind of existence he was facing. Asda could detect the air pressure in the target's body from a great distance. It is where it should be, Thales said flatly. The sin of hell's river in his body flowed through his lungs and blood vessels like warm water, maintaining the original rhythm of breathing and expansion. The prince moved the shield warrior into the attacking range of the opponent's knight. This time, Asda stared at him for a full 10 seconds. After a while, the mystic put away his emotionless smile and turned his gaze to the chessboard. The shield warrior's position was just within the protection range of the opponent's catapult. Very good. Very good what? Thales stared at him quietly, but he still did not say this out loud. Fortunately, I've controlled my body's reaction. Use the sin of hell's river. The mystic suddenly said softly, Are you ready? Thales, who was deep in thought, could not react. He moved slightly and raised his head. Ready for what? In the next second, Asda suddenly sat up straight, and no longer cared about the chessboard in front of him. It was as if he was about to face the most serious situation. Before we begin, we must first clarify some rules, Asda said flatly. Thales was a little stunned. Rules. Thales did not know how he read the mystic's expression, which was almost unchanged, but he subconsciously felt that Asda's expression was extremely serious at that moment. During the journey, you should have taken notes, but due to the current situation. So first you have to seriously think about every word I say. This is a form of respect for me and yourself. Correspondingly, I will also treat your words seriously. Asda nodded slowly. Thales did not know how he read the mystic's expression. Thales was affected by his attitude and could not help but nod in response. Second, you can ask questions at any time on the way, and you can even raise counter-questions. I may refuse to answer some of them, but this is not a reason for you to respond with silence. This is the worst kind of student. The air mystic spoke at a steady and even pace, which was rarely seen on him. It was contrary to his usual strange rhythm and habits. Thales subconsciously straightened his back and nodded seriously, just like the most devoted student. Third, before you speak, you must think clearly about how I will answer from my point of view. Speak less meaningless words, get straight to the point and save time. Fourth, in my class, you are not allowed to use metaphors and analogies to illustrate your point of view. That is the easiest way to use tricks. Thales could only keep a straight face and nod continuously, focusing his gaze on the other party's equally serious eyes. The most important thing is to be humble, Asda said softly. This time, There seemed to be a hint of something else in his calm words. Not to me, but to the knowledge you are about to obtain. Respect what you do not agree with first, then give it some thought, find differences, and finally question it. You can not only question the other party, but also yourself, such as your presuppositions. Use fewer absolute and affirmative words, and encourage the use of hypotheses and conditional statements. Thales moved at first, then immediately pressed down on his right hand. He was afraid that he could not help but raise his hand or subconsciously look for a pen. Asda noticed his reaction. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he snorted softly. The prince could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Of course, when you speak, you must also be prepared to be questioned. The air mystic continued, speaking subconsciously. If a peer here raises a question, Thales' expression changed. He felt that it was a little strange. Peer? Asda immediately sensed that something was wrong. His words came to an abrupt halt, and he unnaturally stopped speaking. It was as if he had suddenly been cut off. The atmosphere returned to silence. The soldiers and guards around the room still looked as usual, as if they had not noticed anything. However, in the small space on both sides of the chessboard, Thales instantly saw the mystic's face tremble slightly, and his left hand clenched slightly. Thales opened his mouth in surprise. This was the first time Asda had reacted like this since he knew him. Asda did not speak. He only stared quietly at his chessboard, expressionless and motionless. It was as if he was looking into the distance. Thales suddenly had the misconception that the unreasonable Asda before him actually had such a humane side to him. That word. Peer. 3 seconds later, Asda closed his eyes and opened them again, as if he had adjusted himself. He raised his gaze again, and it was sparkling. That's all. Thales inhaled softly and put away the doubts in his heart. The prince focused all his attention. Filled with irrepressible anticipation and nervousness, he nodded slowly. It's here. Then let's begin. Asda did not waste any time. He blinked his clear eyes and went straight to the point with his cold words. Today, as your first lesson on the path of becoming a mystic, I want to say 3 things. First, pay attention to what a mystic is, not what mystic energy is. Second, the position and stance of us mystics in the world. Third, our enemies and companions. Under the sky of Dragon Cloud City, the air mystic's words only rang softly in the ears of the Prince of Constellation. Chapter 282. To Asda's surprise, before their lesson even started, Thales raised his right index finger, indicating that he wanted to ask a question. The mystic raised his eyebrows slightly and nodded at him. 6 years ago, I asked you the same question. What is a mystic? Thales' Adam's apple bobbed as he carefully observed the mystic's expression, even though he knew that Asda's expression rarely changed during a conversation. But at that time, you said that you couldn't tell me the answer to the question. Asda narrowed his eyes. Continue. You also said that you couldn't tell me what you understood as a mystic, Thales said doubtfully. But now you. The prince looked at the mystic suspiciously. Asda stared at him for a long time. Just as Thales felt his scalp tingle, he finally nodded. You have a good memory. Thales raised his eyebrows and lowered his head subconsciously. Yes. 6 years ago, on that soul-stirring day, everything was still vivid in his mind. I can't forget it even if I wanted to. But Thales, who was holding his breath and waiting for an answer, received an unexpected one. So, almost in the blink of an eye, Asda crossed his hands. His 10 slender fingers perfectly overlapped each other. His expression was indifferent and his voice was cold, as if he had returned to the rational and ruthless air mystic. Today, you have to tell me what a mystic is. Thales' eyes widened slightly. He was a little surprised. Me? Yes. Asda nodded. As usual, he made people feel uneasy. This is especially important. What do you think a mystic is? Especially important? Sensing the strangeness in Asda's words, Thales subconsciously asked, why is it especially important? Asda's eyes flickered slightly. It's still a little early to talk about this. He swept his calm gaze over Thales. There was a vague sense of scrutiny and warning in his gaze. But I need you to answer my question first. The prince looked at the Heir mystic doubtfully, but the mystic continued to stare at him seriously and calmly. 3 seconds later, Thales finally suppressed the doubts in his heart and took a deep breath. I have some thoughts and deductions. I have also done some investigations. He recalled the 6 years of searching in the library, even though there were many books he had yet to have a chance to read seriously. What is a mystic? I've only met 2 mystics. Thales lowered his gaze and stared at the unmoving chessboard. While recalling, he organized his words and said tentatively, "You and Giza. You can control the air at will, and Giza can control flesh and even plants in an unimaginable way." Thales lowered his eyes and stared at the motionless chessboard. Asta did not comment. "So, I have a conjecture. Your so-called names of origin explain the nature of your power, right?" Thales' expression became more and more serious. "Aura and blood?" Asta still did not respond. He continued to hold his hands together, which reminded the prince of the bald Grand Duke Letko in Defense City. He also liked to put his arms on the table and hold his hands together. Mystics can fundamentally control things within a certain category, such as air, blood, and so on, as long as it is an objective existence within this category. Thales continued cautiously. For example, the blood mystic can control tree roots and flesh. Perhaps it's because the category of blood includes. But Thales' voice slowly became softer. At the same time, there was a lot of doubt in his voice. He suddenly remembered the Battle of Eradication Chronicles, Heaven's Fall and Earthrend that he read in Mindy's Hall a long time ago, as well as a certain page in it. The most famous record stated that after the appearance of the power mystic, it was destroyed overnight. But the power mystic? Just as he was puzzled by his own words, Asta spoke softly. "The ultimate form of objective existence." The handsome man in the blue robe spoke in a gentle and pleasant voice. "A long time ago, when the first batch of mystics was born, many wizards also thought so. Among them, the most famous was none other than the Alchemy Tower's Matter School." Thales frowned slightly. The first batch of mystics? He had even forgotten to ask what the Matter School was. Yes, electricity, water, blood, and many other examples. The names of origin of this batch of mystics are very convincing. A faint blue light appeared in Asta's eyes. There were even wizards who came to the conclusion that mystic energy is the final result of us seeing through the objective truth and the laws of all things. It is the highest form of our control over external objects, and the names of origin represent it. At one time, we thought that this was the truth about mystics. Thales nodded and pursed his lips, but in the next second, the light in Asta's eyes disappeared. His voice became cold again. "Until the appearance of those 2 people. He broke our initial and also the most superficial understanding of mystics." 2 people. Thales was shocked. "Oh." Asta turned towards the street outside the balcony. His expression was solemn. 2 wizard apprentices from the ascetic tower. The ascetic tower? Thales' heart skipped a beat. On the way north from Black Sand region to Dragon Cloud City, he had heard Ramon introduce it in the camp. Yes. The head of the 3 towers, the magic tower with the longest history, the most mysterious appearance, and the most transcendent status. The mystic's gaze seemed to drift into the distance again. It is also known as the obelisk. Thales was about to ask about the ascetic tower, but Asta seemed to know what he wanted to say. The mystic raised a hand and gestured for him to be quiet, suppressing his curiosity. Those 2 wizard apprentices were orphans adopted by the ascetic tower since they were young. Under the hands of those careless old wizards, they did not even have normal names. Each of them only had a letter as a form of address. For example, one of them had the code name L. They even mocked themselves because of this. Names are like truths. There is no need for unnecessary words. Thales furrowed his brows heavily. L. The mystic slowly turned his head around and looked straight into Thales' eyes. His words slowly became solemn. So when these 2 apprentices who were on good terms with each other found their names of origin and became mystics, their peers gave them an interesting nickname. The Truth Brothers. The Truth Brothers? Thales was puzzled when he heard this. Why did you say that they broke your understanding of mystics? Because one of the Truth Brothers. Asda looked at him quietly and uttered a strange word. His name of origin is Idea. Idea Mystic L. In that second, Thales was completely stunned. Reason in the chess room, Waya behind them was complaining to Ralph in a low voice, but Thales had no time to pay attention to it. Idea? He subconsciously repeated Asda's words in a low voice. It's not an easily understood existence like chi, nor a term with profound meaning like blood. It's idea. What the hell is this? Thales widened his eyes. Puzzled, he immediately raised his right index finger and tried to interrupt Asda. It's hard to imagine, isn't it? Asda seemed to have expected his reaction. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, indicating that he could ask questions. What kind of mystic is he? What can he do? The prince asked anxiously. You can freely imagine the idea mystic's appearance and abilities. Asda shook his head. But even I, and even my colleagues who have seen Elle in person countless times, can tell you in the most absolute and certain tone that even if you exhaust your brain, you will not be able to imagine it. Asda said meaningfully. Because we are not Elle, and you are not Elle. Thales froze for a moment. So this means that we don't know either? The Heir mystic said faintly. If mystics are the ultimate form of an objective existence, then how do you explain Elle's appearance and the idea mystic's appearance? Now try to rethink my question. What is a mystic? Thales exhaled. His mind, which had just started to have some ideas about mystics, became a mess again. If mystics are not limited to things that exist objectively, then they are a collection of related concepts. The worried Thales furrowed his brows. Existence, chi, and blood can be said to be a concept, but Asda snorted softly again. The prince's thoughts were interrupted by this soft snort. He could not help but raise his head. So what is a mystic? Thales, who did not want to guess anymore, asked a little anxiously. Chi, blood, and idea? That's way too far off. Asda quietly met the prince's gaze. 3 seconds later, under Thales' gaze, he still opened his mouth. The appearance of Elle shows that our understanding and imagination of mystics are still extremely shallow. The explanation of the matter school has been completely destroyed. But he is not the only one. It is no exaggeration to say that the appearance of every new mystic has more or less advanced our understanding of ourselves. At this moment, Asda was like an accountant who was carefully calculating numbers. He was patient and serious. Elle is not the most shocking mystic. When you know about B, Kyrie Solovsky, and even the twins of fate, you will be even more astonished. The world of mystics is actually so interesting. Every mystic is different. Even the world in the eyes of every mystic is different. The next moment, Asda returned to his rational and indifferent expression. There are pitifully few commonalities among mystics. Merely categorizing us as the same type of human, life, or even existence, understanding us within this category, and trying to conclude what mystics are, is undoubtedly far from enough. And reality has overturned the models and theories we built to explain mystic energy, and understand mystics time and time again. He seemed to be a little sentimental. Throughout history, anyone who thought they had grasped or understood the whole picture and truth of mystics, and anyone who thought they could explain what a mystic is, whether it was the wizards or ourselves, was proven to be naive and laughable. If you have the idea of asking clearly what mystics are, you will be disappointed. Elle is an example. The mystic looked at Thales again. Do you understand? The prince looked at Asda and could not help but lightly clench his teeth. The doubts in his heart only grew stronger. I don't understand. Thales enunciated each word with deep doubt. You did not answer my question. Asda shook his head. On the contrary, this is what I intend to tell you. Thales could only respond with doubts. First of all, I am not here to answer your question. I am here to help you answer it. Secondly, you still did not seriously think about every word I said. Asda's gaze was slightly slanted. I have already shown you to the greatest extent what a mystic is. The prince opened his mouth to speak, but when the words reached his mouth, he could not find the words. Seriously think about every word I said? What does he mean? In the end, the prince stared at Asda for a full 10 seconds and gave up on the idea of asking for a clear answer. Just like 6 years ago, you do not intend to tell me what a mystic is, do you? Thales covered his forehead weakly and said a little dejectedly, "You wanted me to tell you my opinion, and I did, but you said that it was wrong, and told me that there was no correct answer." Thales suddenly stopped talking. "Wait. Seriously, think about every word I said." The prince's pupils began to contract slightly. A thought rose in his mind. "I seem to understand a little." Thales put down his hand from his forehead and stared at Asda in a daze. He subconsciously said, "You did not tell me what a mystic is, but you told me what a mystic is not." The Heir mystic's eyes brightened. "Your progress is much faster than I thought." Asda nodded in satisfaction. "Your comprehension is also not bad." Thales, who was encouraged, began to think again. "You said that my opinion is very important. You also said that, using L as an example, every mystic is different. Even the world in the eyes of every mystic is different." He muttered and repeated Asda's words. So Asda, what is the world in your eyes?" The prince raised his head and looked at Asda solemnly. "What is the difference between it and the world in my eyes?" At that moment, Asda raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he could not hide his surprise. "Oh, it seems that you are progressing a little too fast." Thales stared at him eagerly. At that moment, Thales thought of nothing else but the last moment he faced Giza and the blood mystic 6 years ago. It was his experience of knocking on the door. That feeling. That wonderful feeling. That feeling that he was the whole world. Asda's tone suddenly became mysterious. "I can't tell you, but this time, it's because of the first mystic covenant." At that moment, Thales' originally agitated heart seemed to have instantly calmed down. Thales narrowed his eyes. He felt as if he had heard these words somewhere before. "Wait." Thales stared at Asda, who was expressionless but gave off a solemn feeling. He began to recall what happened 6 years ago. It was that night, after the thrilling duel in Heroic Spirit Palace, when Asda suddenly visited him. That night he also learned of the existence of the first mystic covenant for the first time. There were 3 rules that mystics must abide by. They were known as the 3 Great Covenants. Never ever ask another mystic's understanding of mystic energy. This was not to investigate each other. So, Asda could not tell me what the world in his eyes was like. Was it because of the prohibition of the first mystic covenant? Was it because of, "Asda, you are the Heir mystic"? Thales was like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. He stared at Asda solemnly. "I remember that 6 years ago, when we first met in Red Street Market, you said that you could sense all the air in the entire street, such as the breathing of every single person in the area. 6 years ago in Dragon Cloud City, you could even track our breathing across an entire city." Asda narrowed his eyes slightly. "Those people, their breathing, those air currents. If you could clearly sense every single one of them." At that moment, Thales was a little incoherent. "Is that the world in your eyes?" He anxiously searched for the right words. Just like everyone else is breathing air in your body?" Asda's expression changed. "I told you before I don't welcome metaphors and analogies," the Heir mystic said coldly. This child exceeded some expectations. Thales stared at Asda in a daze. Asda's reaction had already given him some hints. In other words, those who breathe. Those people. Giza Streelman, the blood mystic. Thales continued to speak in a daze. "What does the world in her eyes look like?" Asda furrowed his brows. To him, this was a huge change in his expression. And during the time he knocked on the door, the world in his own eyes in that second, Thales suddenly remembered what Giza said before she was sealed. He asked softly, "She told me that becoming a mystic is not a blessing, but a curse. Why?" This time, the mystic was silent for a long time. "Asda." The prince raised his head and stared at Asda, who had a strange expression on his face, in puzzlement. Power always comes with a corresponding price. The problem is how you view this price, the blue-robed man said quietly. A person wielding a sword, a person wielding a spear, and a person swinging a chain hammer. The weight they have to bear is different. The range of reach of the sword, spear, and chain hammer, and the enemies they face are also different. As for a person wearing a crown and holding a scepter, they have to bear another kind of weight, and they are in a different environment. Asda's gaze was a little gloomy. The blue light in the depths of his eyes surged slightly. As for what kind of weight a mystic has to bear, you can imagine it yourself. What a mystic has to bear. The prince was stunned. Thales took a deep breath. You just said that you don't welcome using metaphors and analogies to explain things. Oh, that rule. Asda raised his eyebrows slightly and snorted coldly without showing the slightest bit of emotion. It only applies to you. Thales was stunned. Now Thales, you should have some idea, right? Asda's gaze began to become oppressive. Mystics are not things that you can refer to as precedents. As long as you clearly ask, what is a mystic? You can learn or teach knowledge and power. What is a mystic? His tone was very soft, but there was an inexplicable sense of heaviness in his words. This question can only be sought out by every mystic, answered by themselves, and finally confirmed by themselves. What is the name of origin that uniquely belongs to you? I can only carefully guide you from the side. Because when you truly understand what a mystic is, Asda paused for a long time, but in the end he still opened his mouth. You will already be a mystic. Or almost a mystic. The mystic looked at the teenager in front of him, and said silently in his heart. Both sides of the chessboard fell silent again. Thales lowered his head, and began to ponder on this sentence. During this process, don't let what you already know, such as Giza and I, or even El's example, bind your thoughts. Thales, Asda said flatly. You must also remain humble. Don't be like the wizards of the material faction, who let arrogance and self-righteousness drag you down. At this moment, Thales inhaled softly and asked in a puzzled and solemn tone, Asda, how did you become a mystic? How did you find your name of origin? Have you lost control before? The air seemed to freeze in an instant. This question has exceeded the scope of our discussion today. The air mystic was expressionless. It's time to change to the next topic. The position and standpoint of a mystic. Thales raised his head in astonishment, and spread his hands to express his puzzlement. But this topic is not over yet, right? We don't even know what we are, and we already have to start looking for a position and standpoint? Asda snorted coldly. This is how the world is, isn't it? The mystic said coldly. People often act presumptuously before they recognize their own position. Whether it's humans or other races, we can't even recognize ourselves very well, but we can distinguish between friend and foe without hesitation. Fight and kill each other. It's ironic and interesting. Thales frowned. What you say is always so boring. Asda ignored his words. The blue-robed man put down his crossed hands and leaned back in his seat. Why do you think we are called calamities? Why are we hated by the whole world? Thales looked at Asda and could not help but recall the first time he met him. Because you almost destroyed the world 600 or 700 years ago. The prince remembered what Gilbert told him and said softly, sounded the death knell for the final empire? Asda was silent for a while. Ah, the battle of eradication. A topic that cannot be avoided, he said quietly. Speaking of this, I have to mention another person among the Truth Brothers. The Truth Brothers again? Thales asked curiously. The other person besides El? Asda nodded and began to speak faster. If El broke our understanding of mystics, then his brother completely changed the status of mystics. Nearly 700 years ago, he was the one who led the other 5 mystics and started the battle of eradication. At that moment, Thales held his breath. This was the first time he heard about the battle of eradication from other than books and legends. Also, there were only 6 mystics on that side in the battle of eradication? Thales asked in shock as he watched Asda nod slowly. Who is El's brother? Asda's usually indifferent expression became serious for the 3rd time today. His back left the seat, his hands were clasped together again, his chin was slightly lowered, and his gaze was as sharp as if he was facing the most terrifying enemy. After Taurus, he was the most powerful mystic in history. He was also the first mystic to be called a calamity. The destroyer of the 3 great magic towers. The mourner of the final empire. The culprit of the great crack and sink. The enemy of the Holy Sun, the nemesis of the gods. Hearing the above titles, Thales could not help but widen his eyes and open his mouth. Asda said in an extremely solemn tone. Existence Mystic B. As the plot was written, the urge to step on the accelerator, to increase the gear, to pull the handbrake, to drift through the corners, and to throw everyone out of the way became uncontrollable. What should I do? No, I have to control myself. Amitba, control the rhythm. Immeasurable God, control the rhythm. Chapter 283. Existence. Existence Mystic. If you take it literally. When he heard the name, Thales's heart skipped a beat. An inexplicable chill spread down his spine. Existence. He gently picked up a chess piece and took it away from the chessboard. A swordsman was suddenly missing from the chessboard. Thales clenched his right hand and covered the swordsman with his fingers. The swordsman disappeared before his eyes. He gently opened and closed his palms, doing this a few times. The swordsman appeared and disappeared in his field of vision. The prince raised his head and looked back at Asda, who was watching him play with the chess piece with interest. So, I guess, like L, you don't know what that B is either? This time, Thales was not as surprised as before. He asked skeptically, including this strange name of origin? Existence Mystic? Asda just leaned back in his chair and looked at him wordlessly, as if he had no interest in answering. All right. Thales put down the chess piece and subconsciously moved it to the next square. According to what you said, that B started a war, became the enemy of the world, destroyed the magic tower and the final empire, and split the known continent in half. Why? The prince picked up his glass of water and said cautiously, why did he do that? Why did the mystics declare war? How did the war happen? Asda gently rubbed his fingers, and a guard began to move on his chessboard. I thought that your 6 years of special political career should have given you some inspiration, the mystic said faintly. The cause of the war is very complicated. Until today, no one can understand it. In fact, there is no need to understand it, because by the time we realized it, the reality was already like this. Thales took a sip of water and frowned. It's this inexplicable way of speaking again. Compared to the appearance of how the war happened. Perhaps we should discuss why the war happened, Asda said flatly. Thales pursed his lips, whistled silently, and plucked one of his opponent's chess pieces. All right, why did the war happen? The prince raised his hand. He understood what the mystic meant. Why did the mystics break with the world? Asda did not answer immediately. The air mystic gently stretched out his fingers. It was rare for him to personally pick up a chess piece and take the next step. I am sitting here now, moving the chess pieces leisurely, watching the sun rise and set, listening to the breathing and conversations of countless Northlanders. His tone was very calm, and his fingers were very gentle. Under the afternoon sun, it actually gave people a sense of laziness. Asterisk thud. Asterisk a sudden, crisp sound rang. Asda pushed a chess piece onto the chessboard, startled Thales. At the same time, a blue light flashed in Asda's eyes. His aura changed and became fierce. He said through gritted teeth, but in the next moment, I can suck out all the air in the world. Or dilate all the air in the world. Thales mystic, comma. Asda ignored him, but the color in his eyes reminded Thales of another mystic. Imagine in the next second from here to Dragon Cloud City, to Extet, the Western Peninsula, and even the entire world. All life on land will no longer be able to breathe, and will welcome the end of the world in the blink of an eye. As long as I move my fingers, Asda stared at him and said in an unnatural, fanatical tone, no one will live, and nothing will survive. How does it feel? Thales felt his skin crawl as he looked at his teacher, who was not acting normally at the moment. He remembered Dragoncloud City and Shield District that night. He remembered the pain and despair of countless citizens who clutched their throats in the air, trying to inhale a mouthful of air in a silent hell. A few seconds later. The entire world? The prince's voice was a little hoarse. Can you do it? Asda still stared at him, but the frightening look in his eyes slowly disappeared. It's not just me. The mystic leaned against the back of his chair again and said faintly, every mystic in the world can use their own methods to easily, in an instant, with the flip of their palms, destroy the world. Thales' pupils trembled slightly. What? He cried out involuntarily. Then why hasn't the world been destroyed? Thales gaped for a few seconds before he reacted. Then why did the battle of eradication? Asda knocked on the chessboard and interrupted him. Because not every mystic is willing to pay such a price. Thales was stunned. What price? At that moment, the chess piece in the mystic's hand paused slightly. You will know. Asda shook his head and took another step on the chessboard. When you become a mystic. Thales sighed and suppressed the irritation in his heart. Really? This again? The prince asked in dissatisfaction. I'm starting to wonder if you really want me to become a mystic. Of course. Asda returned his gaze to the chessboard. He was still calm, as if he had not said anything just now. If you come with me now, you will know more. I swear I will tell you all my secrets without reservation. Forget it. Thales sighed and wisely brought the topic back. So every one of you has the ability to destroy the world in an instant. He leaned back in his chair and massaged his sore neck from leaning forward for a long time. He said with certainty, but you won't do that, right? Asda shook his head. But the world won't think so. Thales, in this world they don't hate us, the Heir mystic said slowly. They are afraid of us. They are so afraid that they can't wait to forget us completely. They can't wait for us to disappear from history. What they are unwilling to forgive and find difficult to accept is not our actions. Thales could faintly feel that under Asda's calm face, there was a hint of disdain hidden in his words. It's our existence. It's the possibility that we can destroy everything in an instant. It's the calamities. The prince lowered his head. His expression became solemn. I see. No matter which mystic it is, they all have that kind of power. They are all existences that can overturn the chessboard in an instant. I think their worries are not unreasonable. Thales sighed softly and glanced at Lord Justin, Waya, and the countless soldiers and guards outside the balcony. This is our position and position. Asda followed Thales' line of sight and shifted his gaze outside. Be careful, Thales. Your two identities do not represent a small matter. It is the 1,000-year conflict between the world and the mystics that cannot be resolved. Once they discover you. The mystic shrugged, which was rare. A breeze blew across the balcony and lifted some of Thales' hair. Do you still have that kind of confidence? Asda seemed to have regained his leisurely mood. He said in a relaxed manner, as a king, find a way out for the mystics so that we can safely establish ourselves in the world. Thales gritted his teeth. He felt a little troubled. Of course, he braced himself and said. It's precisely because it's difficult that it's worth doing it, isn't it? What else could he have said? I'm sorry I was wrong. I was young, frivolous, and overestimated myself. Now I give up. Is that it? Thales shrugged in his heart. Asda froze on the spot. His gaze lingered on him for almost 10 seconds. I really look forward to that day, he said softly. Huh. Thales felt a little uncomfortable under the strange gaze of the mystic. He had to shift his attention back to the chess game. Just you wait, I will succeed. But Asda cut him off. No. He wagged his finger and continued to stare at the prince strangely. What I look forward to, Thales, is not your ultimate success. The mystic's tone changed. It was strange and gloomy. But you are caught between the mystics and humans, between the calamities and the world. Caught between your own nature and the gazes of others, between the inescapable future and the unforgettable past. In the end, you will be torn apart by conflict, destroyed by conflict, and devoured by regret. In the end, you will compromise with us in the future. The two sections of the chessboard fell silent again. Only the two of them were left staring at each other. Thales resisted the twitching of his face and stared at Asda for a full 3 seconds before he awkwardly spat out 2 words. Thank you. That's really comforting. If on that day, you see a new way out in a brand new field of vision, a direction that only you can grasp. Asda did not finish his words. He said softly, don't hesitate anymore, accept yourself, and grasp the rudder that will change your fate. The mystic's gaze was like 2 sharp swords that pierced Thales' pupils. Remember my words. 1 word at a time. Engrave them in the bottom of your heart. Thales Jade Star. The prince heaved a long sigh of relief. He felt extremely awkward and did not know how to react. Engrave them in the bottom of my heart. There's another question. Thales laughed dryly and raised his finger unnaturally. How were B and his 5 companions defeated? Where are they now? One of them has already been sealed by you. Asda was very straightforward about this question. The others probably met a similar fate 600 years ago. Sealed. Thales clenched his fists and thought of that lovely yet terrifying girl, as well as the scene where she eventually turned into ashes. At that moment, the mystic lowered his voice and appeared a little desolate. Otherwise, this world would probably not be what it is today. Asda shook his head. During the days of the Battle of Eradication, I sensed that the number of people knocking on the door was almost as many as breathing. You make it sound like you need to breathe. Thales secretly criticized. Asda raised his head and nodded at him. If B's people come looking for you one day, remember this. Almost all of them are lunatics. They might not necessarily be your enemies, but they definitely won't be your friends. Think about Giza. Thales lowered his head and pondered. So, you're not one of them? No, I'm not. A few of us, including myself, think that B's response is too extreme. We call them extremists. Asda snorted softly. Correspondingly, they call us moderates, or even worse names. Extremists. Moderates. Thales recalled the confrontation and argument between Asda and Giza in Shield District. He came to a sudden realization. Extremists and moderates. The mystics are divided into 2 factions, opposing each other? If only it were that simple. Asda shook his head again. The moderates are not like the extremists, who are united and orderly, who advance and retreat together. We are just a group of scattered mystics who refuse to choose war. Even after the war, we are scattered all over the place, fighting on our own. Asda held the chess piece in his hand. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn. And the real opponents of the extremists. In the Battle of Eradication, there were 2 other mystics, the mystics said calmly. They chose to stand on the other side of the battlefield, facing B and his followers, regardless of whether they were mystics or normal people. 6 against 2. This was the situation at one point in the war. Thales took a deep breath. Realization dawned on him. So that's how it is. 2 mystics who stood up for the world. Facing the extremists. The books in Rikuru's library, the calamities that the little girl said stood on our side. So it's Empress. Thales uttered a strange word. This time, it was Asda's turn to raise his eyebrows. His expression changed slightly. You know them? Thales raised his head and stared at Asda with a certain gaze. It's the 2 empresses, isn't it? In the history of the ancient empire and the final empire, there has never been a so-called empress, but I always hear this word on various occasions. It has also been mentioned once or twice in books. Thales recalled the few occasions where he heard this word. Even some of the great nobles in the 2 countries know of their existence. It sounds high and mighty. So the so-called empresses are actually mystics, Thales said tentatively. They are mystics who stood on the side of the world in the Battle of Eradication. They helped us. They stood on the side of the world and defeated the extremists led by B, so they enjoyed a transcendent status, and were even called empresses. Thales exhaled. So there are actually mystics who can coexist peacefully with the world, right? However, the moment he finished speaking, he noticed that Asda was looking at him with a thought-provoking look. Thales widened his eyes. What? Then Asda shook his head again. No, he coldly denied Thales' words. This startled the prince. No. But the empresses, the 2 mystics who stood on the other side of the battlefield, they still think that they are a part of the human race. So, from the beginning to the end, they have been opposing the extremists. Asda shook his head and sighed. They are just 2 pitiful people who confuse the past and the present. We usually call them obscurants. Obscurants. Thales hid this term in his heart. They think they are human mystics? Thales' expression was calm, but a huge question mark was drawn in his heart. But Asda did not stop there, as though the obscurants were just a small interlude. The mystic continued to speak. As for the 2 empresses you mentioned, at that moment, Asda clenched his fist. Asterisk clack. Asterisk with a crisp sound. A red king jumped abruptly on the chessboard, took 3 steps on the empty path, and knocked a knight off the chessboard. Thales furrowed his brows. They are even worse existences. Asda's words only reached his ears at that moment. The knight rolled off the chessboard and swayed weakly on the table. With a heart full of doubts, the prince raised his head, and his body immediately tensed up. The Heir mystic's eyes shone with a strange blue light. It covered his original pupils, but it could not hide his murderous intent and chilliness. The so-called 2 magic empresses, Bloodspike and Helen. They are indeed mystics. They suddenly changed their stance at the end of the war. They betrayed all their peers in one night. They brought about the end of all mystics. Asda hissed the word through gritted teeth. The traitors. Even when he was facing Giza, Asda's words had never been so cold and chilling. Filled with hatred, disgust, wariness, and fear, Thales stared at him blankly for a while before he came back to his senses. The 2 empresses. How did they betray you? The prince inhaled and adjusted his racing heartbeat because of the mystic's abnormality. They are more terrifying than the legendary anti-mystic equipment? The mystic snorted, and the blue light in his eyes gradually disappeared. They are much more terrifying than the legendary anti-mystic equipment. The anti-mystic equipment is, after all, a non-living thing, and Thales narrowed his eyes, feeling a little anxious. More terrifying than the legendary anti-mystic equipment. And at this moment, Asda's words paused slightly. He turned his gaze back to Thales. Asda changed the topic. Do you really want to know? Thales widened his eyes, shrugged, and put on an expression that said, yes. Of course. Didn't you say that we need to distinguish between our enemies and comrades? Not just these. Thales propped his chin and frowned as he pondered over the information and intelligence he just received. Previously, you mentioned the extremists, the moderators, the obscurists, the 2 empresses. Then, what do the obscurists think? How many mystics are there left? What are their names, names of origin, and abilities? And Thales scratched his chin and muttered, who is Taurus, the one you kept talking about just now? Asda's lips curled up again, which was rare. It will take a lot of time to tell you all these. The mystic seemed to have returned to the calm and composed man's demeanor, and continued to tempt him. How about it? Do you want to come with me? Accept your nature and wholeheartedly embark on the path of a mystic. Then you will be able to acquire this knowledge in a more systematic, efficient, comprehensive, and convenient manner. Thales immediately froze. Thales sighed and ignored the mystic's earnest gaze again. Thank you for inviting me again, but I still think that a successor to the kingdom with a delicate identity is more beneficial to our future than a mystic apprentice mystic who hides everywhere and cannot be seen. That's right. So, Thales raised his eyebrows and urged him to continue. The betrayal of the 2 empresses? Asda revealed a faint smile. All right then. The mystic shook his head slightly, then slowly nodded. Asda sat up straight. His gaze was sharp and his expression was solemn. Since you already know about the existence of the 2 magic empresses, it's time to tell you. The most interesting part of our lesson today. When I was still a wizard apprentice, the part one was most fascinated with. Thales held his breath and waited for the mystic's answer. The 2 empresses. The magic empress. The existence who betrayed all mystics in the battle of eradication. The person who made Asda so afraid of them. How exactly did they betray us? How terrifying was their power? Class dismissed. Asda said calmly. Thales did not react for a moment. However, in the next second, the mystic's figure completely disappeared into thin air. Both ends of the chessboard returned to silence once more. Then the sound of the prince's inhalation was heard slowly. Thales blinked in disbelief and stared at Asda's seat in a daze. Class dismissed? The prince sat in a daze for a minute. However, other than the chess game on the chessboard that had unknowingly ended, Asda did not leave a single trace behind. It was as if he had never been here. Thales stared at the empty seat in astonishment. His mouth fell open in surprise. It was as if he could see the mystic's indifferent and hypocritical smile. He recalled Asda's words from before. The most interesting part of our lesson today. When I was still a wizard apprentice, the part one was most fascinated with. Then, class dismissed. Chapter 284. Filled with anger. Thales rode through the first gatehouse under heavy protection, and returned to Heroic Spirit Palace. His mind was shrouded in countless doubts. According to Asda, there were only a few mystics, but they were still divided into many factions. The extremists led by B, who started the war, were once the most powerful faction, the real calamities, who had committed countless crimes. According to Asda, they were a bunch of complete lunatics who destroyed the world and themselves. But was that really the case? Thales always felt that even the unreasonable Giza did not seem to be such a crazy existence. With Asda as their representative, the moderates who rejected war. Asda described himself as a group of pacifists who stood aloof from worldly affairs, scattered in the world and disunited. But from Thales' point of view, at the moment, whether it was controlling Constellation's underground world or pursuing Thales, the Heir mystic was the most proactive mystic who wanted to change the current situation. The two obscurists who believed themselves to be humans, and thus fought against the extremists. Asda's attitude towards them was very strange. He neither hated them nor acknowledged them. Instead, his attitude was filled with pity. Where are they now? How are they doing? Thales' heart tightened when he thought of this. Bloodspike and Helen, the traitors of the mystics, known as the Magic Empresses, were shrouded in the most mystery. Why did they betray? How did they betray? Why does Asda hate them more than the obscurists who stand on the side of the world? How are they now? Thales sighed and dismounted beside Heroic Spirit Palace's stable. He took out the book from the saddle and comforted the reluctant Jenny as he handed the reins to the groom. Having just received his first lesson, the confusion in his heart did not diminish when he faced the world. The more he knew, the more questions he had. While he was deep in thought, Waya, who was behind him, nudged the young prince. His tone was cautious and vigilant. Your Highness. Thales snapped out of his daze and looked up. He saw the person who made Wyatt and Ralph rather uneasy. It was a pale man. He leaned against the side of the stable with his arms crossed. A black-hilted saber was strapped diagonally on his back. He raised his head towards the prince and his entourage, revealing a sharp and unfriendly gaze. Including Lord Justin, the Grand Duchess guards and the palace guards all nodded at him in greeting. His entire body exuded a dangerous aura. It was just like the first time Thales met him. It's already 6 o'clock, the man said coldly, and I said 5 o'clock. Thales helplessly rolled his eyes at the setting sun. Aren't you supposed to be busy protecting the Archduchess' safety? The prince patted the dust off his body and bade farewell to Jenny. Once again, he watched how this beautiful girl caused a commotion among her peers after she was led into the stable. Why do you have the time to visit a powerless and useless foreign prince at this time? Lord Nicholas? Sorry, Nicholas was the legendary commander of the Archduchess Guards who had been demoted from the White Blade Guards to the Grand Duchess Guards. He was almost middle-aged. After the drastic change 6 years ago, as the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes increased, the once most trusted personal guard of King Nuvan became more stable and reliable, as well as more cautious. Wyatt anxiously turned his head to look for Ida, but after a few seconds he sighed and turned his head back. That shorty has probably left the prince behind and gone to the suburbs to fight on her own. The Star Killer snorted coldly. Others might think that you're inconspicuous, that you usually just read books and play chess. At most you skip class and play hide-and-seek. As usual, Nicholas scanned his target with an unpleasant scrutinizing gaze. His tone was unfriendly. But I know. The Star Killer lowered his arms. His gaze was sharp. You're the most troublesome person in Heroic Spirit Palace. Thales sighed in resignation. He turned around and walked out of the stable, brushing past Nicholas. Thank you for your compliment. Forgive me for. At this moment, Thales' shoulders suddenly sank. Slap. The prince turned his head and looked at the Star Killer's hand on his shoulder. He frowned slightly. Wyatt and Ralph reacted quickly and took 2 steps forward. The attendant pressed his hand on his single-edged sword, while the Phantom Wind follower drew out one of the 2 short swords from his waist. The people around them also reacted quickly. The Constellations consciously formed a semicircle and blocked the Northlanders, who had also become nervous. Let go of the prince. Waya looked at them and warned them with a solemn expression. Relax, relax. Before the situation went out of control, Thales exhaled and waved his hand for his subordinates to retreat. Lord Nicholas always likes to joke with me. The prince stared at the Star Killer, who was still pressing down on his shoulder. He raised his eyebrows. Right. Nicholas stared at him for a whole 5 seconds before he let go of the teenager in front of him. Waya, who had been vigilant by the side, heaved a sigh of relief. The hostile atmosphere around them also eased up. But the moment Thales shrugged, the Star Killer suddenly extended his hand again. Slap. Nicholas' movements were so fast, and the trajectory was so strange that the prince could not react at all. He could only watch as the Star Killer's hand thrust forward and retracted, forcefully snatching the thick, brown-covered book he brought out of the palace from his left hand. But at that moment, Thales' expression changed drastically, like a lion cub whose fur had stood on end. The sin of Hell's river was like the most loyal companion. It rose from every inch of his body, surged up his left arm, and filled every joint from his shoulder, elbow, and wrist. The moment the book left his hand, Thales' left arm swiftly grabbed it with a backhand movement that was several times more agile than usual. Thud. He grabbed the spine of the book in a death grip. The sin of Hell's river surged again, and filled his arm muscles. It gradually increased the strength in Thales' hand, not letting go even the slightest bit. The attendants pressed their hands on their weapons again. The tension in the air returned. Your Highness, Waya shouted anxiously. Be careful, you. Stay back, Waya. Thales spoke with a solemn expression, stopping his subordinate from drawing his weapon from his waist. Lord Nicholas' joke is a little too big, that's all. Damn it. This guy. Thales stared at Nicholas. He just won't let me go. The brown-covered book stopped in midair. The Prince of Constellation and the Star Killer each grabbed one side of the book, and they were in a stalemate. Oh, this is rare. Nicholas felt the strength in his hand gradually increase, and he could not hide the surprise in his eyes. If you can perform like this in your daily sword practice, then I'll be Ked even worse by you. Thales interrupted him coldly, unwilling to let go of the book in his hand. Nicholas curled up the corners of his mouth. You know, I've always found it strange. There was a strange, cold glint in the Star Killer's eyes. Don't you get tired of playing chess with yourself in an empty room for 3 years? It can't be helped. Thales did not show any weakness. It's your fault that you don't know how to play chess, and the Archduchess's chess skills are a mess. Is that so? Nicholas sneered. There must be people in the Secret Intelligence Department who know how to play chess. Thales gritted his molars. He had a bad feeling about this. Perhaps you shouldn't be so rude to me. The prince sighed. His arm, which had been trembling during the contest of strength, started to ache. The Archduchess. The Archduchess must remember how her grandfather passed away. Nicholas interrupted him faster than he could. The expression on his face reminded others of a hunter. Isn't that so? Thales was instantly speechless. In the next moment, Nicholas pushed the book in his hand and pulled it back. Thales had no way of grasping his opponent's sudden change in technique and strength. The agility and strength brought about by the sin of Hell's river were of no use at all. He could only stare at Nicholas as he snatched the book away. I didn't know that you were still interested in the Temple of Knights. Nicholas looked at the title of the book on the cover, then glanced at the Prince of Constellation, who had an unpleasant expression on his face. But the Star Killer patted the spine of the book with one hand. The book automatically opened to the page that the user most often opened. It lay flat on Nicholas' wide, callous palm. In the middle of the page, there was a thin piece of sky blue paper. Thales clenched his fists. His breathing quickened. That explains it. Nicholas narrowed his eyes and curled up the corners of his lips. He gently picked up the thin blue paper and looked at Thales' livid face with interest. A message? Is this why you want to play chess? That's an invitation, Thales said quietly. He suppressed the anxiety in his heart and stretched out his hand to stop his subordinate from moving. It's just a meaningless sentence on it, the prince said calmly. You know, Nicholas interrupted him with a chuckle. Then let us take a look. In front of the prince, Nicholas flung the thin piece of paper aside with a victorious smile, and read the words written on it. Fall. But when Nicholas uttered the first syllable, his pale face changed slightly. He raised his head abruptly, and shifted his gaze from the thin paper to Thales. Thales blinked. Is this some kind of joke? The Star Killer said coldly. Young prince. He turned the hard paper in his hand to the other side. The thin, sky-blue paper was spread out in front of Thales. Wyatt and Ralph moved their heads forward. There was only one line of neatly written words in the lingua franca on the thin paper in Nicholas' hand. It was written in standard patterns. Ralph whistled and retracted his head. Wyatt mumbled something and held back his laughter. He did not look at Nicholas' expression. Look, I said a meaningless sentence. Thales scratched his head awkwardly, using this action to relieve the soreness brought by the sin of Hell's River. You were the one who insisted on reading it. Nicholas stared into the prince's eyes. His eyes were burning. His assistant, Lord Justin, frowned slightly and went forward to remind him. Leader, it's getting late. Only then did the Star Killer close his mouth in dissatisfaction and snort through his nose. With an unpleasant expression, Nicholas crumpled the thin paper in his hand into a ball and threw the book back to Thales. Young prince, you'd better be careful. Use a new phrase next time. Thales caught the book and pretended to blow the dust off it. I'm used to it. No. Nicholas' gaze turned cold, and his words were profound. What I mean is, be careful. At that moment, Thales' pupils shrank. What do you mean? The prince asked faintly. Thales sensed something unusual in Nicholas' words. I mean it literally. Nicholas tore the thin paper in his hand callously. Dragoncloud City hasn't been peaceful lately, and you're the most interesting bargaining chip in Dragoncloud City. The Star Killer tore the thin paper in his hand and walked forward slowly. He approached Thales' face with an oppressive force, and his tone became more and more frightening. Of course, if you and the hand behind you want to do something. Thales furrowed his brows tightly. At that moment, enough. It was a clear and loud female voice. It sounded rather young, and it rose out of nowhere in the empty space outside the stable. Thales exhaled. In response, Nicholas snorted coldly in displeasure. Wyatt's expression relaxed. He turned around and mouthed to Ralph, I'm saved. Footsteps could be heard outside the stable. A blonde girl in a dark brown one-piece formal dress walked to the front of the stable under the protection of the Archduchess guards on both sides. An old but rather dignified nobleman accompanied her with powerful steps. The old-fashioned Madame Gings and two maids followed behind them. Beside the stable, both the Archduchess guards and the palace guards retreated in unison and bowed respectfully. Lord Nicholas. The young girl who suddenly appeared continued to speak with her bright voice. Her voice was like the soft cry of a skylark, and it made people feel as if the setting sun was rising again. Prince Thales is our honored guest, and also Dragoncloud City's ally. He represents the friendship between the Jadestar family and Constellation. And you should display the bearing and actions that befit the honor of a Northlander, my personal guard captain. The girl stared straight at Nicholas, who was confronting Thales. Her expression was calm, but there was an inexplicable sense of indifference. After all, we fought alongside him. The Star Killer inhaled softly and glanced at the prince. Then he took a step back and bowed slightly to the girl. Of course, Nicholas said coldly. As you wish. Your Grace. Thales shrugged. He turned around and flashed a friendly smile at the girl who helped him out of his predicament. He did not know when it started, but the sloppy little rascal he knew 6 years ago had turned into a beautiful 15-year-old girl. She was the current Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, Saroma Walton, who amazed Thales, even though he saw her every day. The girl blinked her green eyes, which were even more spirited than before. Her nose was curled up into an adorable arc, which made people want to reach out and pinch it. Her lips were slightly thick, but they had a unique texture. Her bright cheeks were flushed with a healthy red, which made the 2 strands of platinum hair that fell from her chest look even brighter. The only thing on her body that ruined the brightness was probably the big, thick, black-rimmed glasses on her face. Good night, my respected and noble Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, the beautiful and elegant Lady Saroma. Thales smiled in a relaxed manner. He raised his right hand at Saroma, pressed it lightly against his left chest, and performed an elegant, proper, and unmistakable bow. Lord Nicholas was only joking with me. Please do not be too harsh on him. The young Saroma stared at him quietly. No emotion could be seen in her eyes. But I still thank you for your concern, and I will keep this gratitude in my heart. The prince curled his lips into what Gings, the female officer, said was the best angle, and nodded slightly. I hope you have a pleasant day today, my lady. And the two of you, Count Leespan and Lady Gings. Thales raised his eyebrows. He watched as Leespan, who looked stern, and Gings, who looked calm, returned his bow. Finally, Saroma furrowed her brows slightly and pursed her lips, which made her look even cuter. She walked forward slowly and looked at Thales at the same level. The young girl walked in front of Thales. She pouted, extended her hands, and elegantly lifted the hem of her dress, revealing a pair of small deerskin boots and a pair of beautifully curved calves. Thales straightened his back. He could not help but notice that the girl's once dirty hands had become white and smooth. They were lightly wrapped around her waist. Under the well-tailored formal dress, her neck looked slender, her waist was straight, and her slightly large breasts were tightly bound in her tight shirt. Her entire body exuded a youthful vigor. However, just when Thales thought that the Archduchess was going to lift her skirt and bow back to him, thud. Thales cried out in pain. He took 2 steps back and crashed into the stable behind him. He bent down in pain and rubbed the bone of his leg that was kicked. Behind the young girl, Count Leespan and Lady Gings both frowned. A pair of maidservants covered their mouths and cried out in surprise at the same time. Nicholas scratched his neck and shook his head gently. Saroma snorted coldly and retracted her boots. Her hands trembled, and she angrily flung her skirt down. As the Archduchess moved playfully, the jeweled headdress on her full forehead shone brightly under the setting sun. Even the cloud dragon spear emblem on her sleeve seemed to have gained a hint of color out of nowhere. The Prince of Constellation, who had been kicked for no reason, raised his head with an incredulous expression. Hey! Feeling the pain in his leg, Thales protested in dissatisfaction. Why? Saroma walked up to Thales. She was slightly taller than Thales, and she curled her lips as she stared at the guests of Constellation with a displeased expression. Wyatt and Ralph looked at each other and wisely took a step back. They chose to abandon their duty and abandon their prince. From Constellation, respected, noble, handsome. The girl's expression was ice-cold, and she emphasized the last 2 words. Prince Thales. Highness Thales. Thales sighed. The Archduchess unhappily glanced at the big black horse behind him, who was chewing on fodder and watching the show leisurely. She threatened him with her clear and bright voice. If you speak to me in this tone again, I will. She was very unhappy and glanced at the big black horse, who was chewing on fodder and watching the show. Then don't live in the courtyard anymore. Come to the stable and sleep with your favorite Jenny. Saroma snorted softly. She turned around abruptly and stomped her deerskin boots on the ground. Her footsteps could be heard from 20 meters away, and she left angrily. The young girl's long hair brushed past Thales' cheeks, and a delicate fragrance wafted into his nose. But the unfortunate prince did not have the energy to care about these little charms. With a wronged expression, he raised his head and looked at the indifferent Count Leespan. Madame Gings and the 2 maidservants hurriedly followed the Archduchess. The former even glared at Thales with a frown, as if it was his fault. Seal, I'm already very tired today. The Archduchess' clear voice rang. She was respectful and polite, forming a stark contrast with her behavior just now. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'll leave the rest to you. The regent of Dragoncloud City, Count Leespan, who was also dressed in formal attire, sighed and nodded gently at the young girl's back. Of course, my lady. The star killer shook his head in disdain and followed the Archduchess. Saroma's footsteps faded into the distance. Thales straightened his back and exhaled in dissatisfaction. He said to Leespan, during today's state affairs hearing, who provoked her again? No one. The regent shook his head without changing his expression. But then, he nodded with a conflicted expression. His expression darkened. Everyone. Thales revealed a puzzled expression and said in dissatisfaction. Then, do I deserve to be that unlucky target? Count Leespan, the regent of Dragoncloud City who was over 60 years old, probably did not like Thales very much from the first time he saw him. But this time, the Count shook his head and apologized to him. On behalf of the lady herself, I apologize for her behavior. Her behavior just now was indeed inappropriate, Prince Thales, Regent Leespan said solemnly. When the time is right, I will advise her. Believe me, this is not her usual behavior. Thales, who had suffered for no reason, rolled his eyes. Then I'll take my leave first, Prince Thales. Regent Leespan stared at the Archduchess back and said slowly, Please convey my gratitude to Lord Putre. Thales nodded in resignation. Accompanied by his attendants, the regent turned and left. Thales watched Leespan's retreating back, and his heart sank a little. No one? Everyone. What Leespan said. What exactly happened during the State Affairs hearing? In addition to Nicholas's warning that Dragoncloud City will not be peaceful, and his inexplicable search. Also, Putre also rushed to Dragoncloud City at this time. Thales, who was deep in thought, raised his head. He felt a little uneasy. He needed to find Putre as soon as possible and listen to the Lord's report. The big black horse stuck its head out of the fence and playfully touched the prince's cheek. As expected, Thales put aside the complicated thoughts in his heart. He hugged Jenny's head and let out a long sigh. You're still better, Jenny. At this moment, Ida, who had disappeared for a long time, popped out of nowhere. She held 2 dead rabbits in each hand and said cheerfully in front of the dumbfounded Wyatt and Ralph, Hey little Thales, it's okay. We don't want to eat that brat's dinner. We can start a fire ourselves. The prince turned to her sternly. Ida. Thales' expression changed. He put on a fierce expression and snorted coldly at the elf. If you leave the group and run off to fight in the future, don't stay in the courtyard. Move in here and sleep with Jenny. Ida froze on the spot. At this moment, the Archduchess' dissatisfied and angry shout came from afar again. Thales, what are you still dawdling about for? Do you want to eat dinner or not? Thales took a deep breath and tugged at his face, turning it from an aggrieved prince to a happy teenager. Dinner. Of course I do. But I don't want to eat with a certain irritated lioness cub. The teenage prince could only look up at the sky and sigh. He muttered to himself. She was so cute when she was young and shouted, I'm coming, I'm coming. Thales turned around without hesitation and strode in Saroma's direction. Leaving the confused Ida behind, he looked at Wyatt and Ralph in dismay. In the stable, Jenny snorted and lowered her head to continue enjoying her feast. What's wrong with the 2 brats? Ida looked at Jenny under the cloak and shook the rabbit in her hand. You know. Wyatt sighed and rubbed his nose. It's good to be young. In the distance, Count Leespan stopped. He slowly turned around and glanced in the direction of the stable. Yes, you're being used by the Archduchess as a target to vent her anger, Prince Thales. However, she'll only use you as a target. That's the problem. With a profound gaze, Regent Leespan turned around and left. Chapter 285. Thales stared solemnly at the sausage on his plate. He held his breath and slowly raised his knife, according to Professor Gine's posture in his memory. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Finally, the prince heaved a deep sigh. He loosened his grip and put the knife and fork back on the sides of the plate, giving up on eating. Thales raised his head with a headache and looked at the other side of the dining table. The blonde girl glared at him with her green eyes, pouted, and stared at him in dissatisfaction. She did not even move the food in front of her. From the moment they entered the Archduchess' dining room, Saroma chased Gings and the 2 maids out with a cold expression, despite the unified objections of Gings and the 2 maids. Surprisingly, Gings only expressed her objection symbolically and then complied with the Archduchess' wishes, which was very rare in the past. All right. Thales could only brace himself and said, Our esteemed Archduchess, do you have any opinions about my dining posture? Saroma snorted softly and stared at him for a full 3 seconds before she pouted and said, Again. Thales was stunned. Thales was stunned. What? You're talking to me like this again, the girl said in displeasure with a sullen expression. Our esteemed Archduchess is a tone that makes people want to beat you up. Thales widened his eyes and looked at her helplessly. He smiled and said, but this is the proper way to address the Archduchess, especially when it's our cute and charming. The sound of metal clashing against metal suddenly rose. Asterisk thud. Asterisk Thales stared at Saroma in a daze. The sullen girl had just stabbed the plate of beef in front of her into two. The cut was smooth. Saroma was still staring at him with a frown. Her eyes were filled with unhappiness. The teenage prince's Adam's apple bobbed a little. He took a deep breath and stopped smiling. He suppressed the urge to tease the girl with a playful tone to the deepest part of his stomach. Looks like she's in a really bad mood. Then, asterisk thud. Asterisk another crisp sound of metal clashing against the plate was heard. The beef on Saroma's plate was cut into 3 pieces. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Alarm. Alarm. It was even scarier than when she did that 2 years ago. Thales immediately put away the expression on his face and calmly stared at Saroma, who pouted. I'm sorry. The prince looked into Saroma's eyes with sincerity. It's my fault. From just now until now, I've neglected your feelings. Saroma's eyes moved, and her stern face relaxed a little. When Thales saw her dejected look, he could not help but lower his head and sigh. In the next second, the prince decisively left his seat and walked towards the girl. Saroma was slightly shocked. As she watched Thales get closer and closer, she seemed a little uncomfortable. Her whole body shrank slightly like a hedgehog. The girl pursed her lips and snorted in a low voice. What are you doing? Thales did not answer her. The prince walked straight to the side of Saroma, whose eyes were filled with suspicion. He pulled out a chair by the side of the dining table and sat down quietly. Hey, remember, I'm your friend. The prince leaned forward and rested his arm on the dining table. He stared at Saroma seriously and flashed a gentle smile. You know, you can trust me. You can tell me anything. Saroma's breathing became slightly erratic, but she still tried her best to maintain that dissatisfied expression and snorted through her nose. But Thales was still very patient. He looked at her gently and did not shift his gaze. 1 second. 2 seconds. This time Saroma, who had been keeping a straight face, felt a little embarrassed under his stare. The girl cleared her throat unnaturally and turned her head away. But Thales still stared at her with a burning gaze. Finally, Saroma could not stand his stare anymore. She took a deep breath in resignation and blew it upwards forcefully. She looked up and saw the hair on her forehead being blown up by the wind. Forget it. It's nothing. Saroma pouted and glanced at Thales. She lowered her head with a gloomy expression. It's just my own bad temper. No. Thales shook his head. Saroma. The prince exhaled and tried his best to speak slowly. Good girl. I know that today must be very difficult for you. On the day of the state affairs hearing, those disobedient vassals. Saroma turned her head around abruptly. Her breathing quickened. Humph. She stared at Thales angrily and asked sarcastically, Difficult? Difficult? How can that be? I am the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City. The only one in the past 700 years. The only one. I control the most powerful territory in Extet. How can it be difficult? Saroma's breathing became heavier. The girl crossed her arms and said with an unpleasant expression. Thales stared at her quietly. My vassals are among the most loyal. Saroma snorted angrily. They are powerful and wise. With them around, Dragoncloud City is as stable as the Sighing Mountains. I don't have to worry about anything, including my own. Everything in Dragoncloud City is running in an orderly manner. The Walton family is as prosperous as ever. Saroma seemed to have turned on a chatterbox. She opened and closed her mouth wider and wider. The girl's expression also became angrier. So how can it be difficult for me? Compared to a certain hostage prince who trembles in fear and is afraid that I will eat him whole one day. I am simply the luckiest girl in the world. Ugh. The girl was stunned. Her mouth was gagged. Saroma watched Thales' actions in astonishment and felt the thing in her mouth. At some point in time, the prince had already sat beside Saroma. Thales stared straight into Saroma's clear eyes. The girl was a little at a loss. Her face was slightly red. Then, the second prince exhaled and calmly pulled out the spoon in his hand from the dumbfounded Saroma's mouth. "If this spoon of beans can't appease your anger," Thales said with a smile. He turned around and scooped another spoonful of beans from his plate, and shook it in front of Saroma. "I still have another spoonful." Saroma only reacted then. Her slightly red face showed signs of anger from embarrassment. With her mouth full of beans, she hummed a few times in extreme dissatisfaction. Thales continued smiling with his eyes narrowed. He shook the spoonful of beans in his hand at her. "That's right. Bite them to pieces. That will appease your anger." Saroma pouted her mouth, which was stuffed full of beans, and glared at him in dissatisfaction for a whole 3 seconds. Thales smiled in response. In the end, the girl with a displeased expression let out a heavy humph. She turned her head away and stared at Thales from the corner of her eyes. She chewed the beans in her mouth vigorously as if she was angry. The chewiness made it seem as if she was not chewing beans, but Thales' flesh. The prince winked at her. There was a smile in his eyes. "Seriously, she used to be very nice to me. Where did the pitiful and cute little rascal who likes to hide behind me, speak softly, and talk softly to me?" Thales looked at Saroma, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He looked at the girl who was glaring at him, as if she was demonstrating her power. He looked at her cheeks, which were bulging from the stuffing. As she chewed harder and harder, her cheeks trembled. "I've shrunk. I've said it before." The girl chewed and swallowed the beans in her mouth with great difficulty. She said angrily to the prince, "I'm not unhappy at all." Thales expressionlessly delivered the second spoonful of beans to Saroma's mouth. The prince held back the laughter in his heart. When he tried to pull the spoon back, he realized that he could not pull it back. Saroma bit the spoon hard, and her gaze at that moment could already kill. Here be good. The most important thing for a person is to be happy. Thales resisted the twitching of his shoulders, and pulled the spoon out of her mouth with great difficulty. He watched as Saroma angrily began to chew harder than the first spoonful. Although the Archduchess' gaze was still terrifying, the prince suddenly felt at that moment that the life before him was not so bad. Fortunately, she's quite cute like this. Thales gradually became absent-minded. And when did she change from a careful girl to the way she was now? Probably one day. Was it 2 years ago, when she came looking for me with sleepy eyes, holding a blood-stained bedsheet in a panic and sneakily with red eyes before dawn? And after that day, I was chased from my room on the 6th floor to the Blood Court by Gings, the female official who heard the commotion. Or was it a year ago, when she blushed and put on a corset, and I mocked her with my gaze in the library? It's all thanks to that female official, Gings, who tirelessly taught her lady to abide by the precepts of being a noble woman. Or was it the first time she wore a formal dress and combed her hair like a lady's, stood in front of me anxiously and excitedly, only to be angered by the prince who laughed so hard that he turned around and left? I don't remember. Anyway, it's become like this without me realizing it. The girl who used to be young and timid. She's grown up slowly in the high walls and snow of Heroic Spirit Palace and Dragon Cloud City. She will eventually transform into an existence that they are not familiar with. Archduchess Saroma Walton. But Thales recalled the past when they met, and he could not help but feel sad. Is this really what she wants? Will she really be happy? Become a Walton? Thales, who had a lot on his mind, sighed and ate a mouthful of beans. At this moment, "Hey!" Saroma's anxious voice interrupted him. The girl's voice sounded a little surprised and a little hurried. Thales snapped out of his daze and looked at Saroma's expression in surprise. The Archduchess' face was abnormally red. She was hesitant and nervous as she extended her right hand to him, as if she wanted to remind him of something. The prince finished chewing the beans in his mouth in a few bites and raised his eyebrows in confusion. What is it? Thales noticed that something was wrong. Saroma's face was completely red, and even the tips of her ears were red. It was especially conspicuous against her blonde hair. Why is she blushing? The last time I saw her like this was when she wore a formal dress for a banquet, and came to ask for my opinion. What's going on? That. Saroma stared at him in a daze. She wanted to say something, but stopped. Her red face twitched slightly, as if she was very embarrassed. Her hesitant and timid demeanor reminded Thales of when she was young. Finally, under Thales' puzzled gaze, Saroma lowered her head gently and used her fringe to cover her face. She said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Nothing." The Archduchess did not speak anymore. She just stared at the table in a daze. Baffled, Thales shrugged. He still did not quite understand why Saroma was blushing. The prince shook his head and sighed at how strange women were. Just as he lowered his head and was about to scoop a spoonful of stew into his mouth, Thales' gaze swept past the spoon in his hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the prince's heart trembled violently. The spoon in his hand fell on the dining plate and clanked back and forth. Thales sat where he was in a daze. He looked at the familiar spoon, and then at Saroma, whose face was so red that the tips of her ears could be seen. He felt incredibly awkward. He could not help but smile sheepishly. That? I wanted to remind you just now." Saroma's voice was so sharp and thin that it was almost inaudible. "It's just that you were too fast." Thales felt a headache coming on. While he was glad that no one saw this scene, he used his last bit of rationality to swallow back the words, "It's okay, I don't mind," that were on the tip of his tongue. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly became very awkward. However, Saroma, who had just lowered her head, seemed to be dissatisfied when she saw Thales' reaction. She raised her gaze slightly. "Humph, you did it on purpose, didn't you?" The young girl snorted softly. Ging said, "Oh, that's right." Thales slapped his head hard and stiffly changed the topic. "I remember now." Under the Archduchess' indignant gaze that said, "How dare you?" The second prince took out a small but exquisite rectangular wooden box from his chest pocket. There were simple decorative carvings on it. "Here," Thales said nonchalantly. He only wanted to use this matter to dilute the current awkwardness. Chapter 286. Saroma's eyes widened slightly. She took the exquisite box in surprise. She first looked at the smiling Thales in confusion, then gently opened it. "This is..." Saroma saw what was in the box and raised her head in surprise. "When I wrote a letter to my country last year, I asked Gilbert and the others to get someone to make it. Today Poitre brought it over." Thales blinked proudly and grabbed the item in the box. "You know, the craftsmen in Constellation are of a better standard. I measured the curvature and thickness of the lenses according to their requirements. I hope there won't be any major mistakes, and I even prepared a few spare lenses. If there is a mistake, I'll have to polish the lenses again. Speaking of which, manual polishing is very expensive." Saroma inhaled and looked at the item in Thales' hands, which was obviously the product of meticulous craftsmanship. "Let me introduce the pince-nez." Thales smiled and picked up the new pair of glasses in his hands, which was completely different from the one on the girl's face. This pair of glasses was very strange. It did not have ear frames at all, and only one side of the frame was connected to a chain. The frame was very thin, and the nose cone was also slightly peculiar. Thales skillfully extended his left hand, stroked one side of Saroma's forehead, and removed the large and heavy pair of black-rimmed glasses from her face. It was as if he had practiced this thousands of times. But Saroma only stared at him blankly, and let the prince take off her glasses without any resistance. She did not even care that her vision was greatly affected. It was as if she had experienced this thousands of times. Thales excitedly fiddled with the new glasses in his hands. He pressed it on the bridge of the girl's nose and touched the soft skin on her face with his fingers. "Like this. I used a bit of the principle of air pressure to clamp it on my nose, and I can stabilize the glasses. There's no need for ear frames at all. Then put this chain in." Thales grabbed the thin chain at one end of the glasses and lowered his head, trying to find a pocket on Saroma's body to put it in. But he was embarrassed to find that the girl did not have any pockets on her body. The only gap was in front of her chest, which was tightly bound by her coat and corset at the same time. "It's fine if you don't put it in." The second prince awkwardly averted his gaze and stuffed the chain into her hand. It was the first time Saroma wore a pair of glasses without ear frames. She opened her mouth in surprise. She carefully held the delicate new frames, shook her head as if afraid they would fall, and then looked around. Thales observed the Archduchess' new appearance. The almost transparent pince-nez freed Saroma's face from the torture of the black-framed spectacles. At that moment, the young girl blinked with a puzzled gaze. She no longer looked as inflexible and stern as before. She looked rather charming and cute. Thales exhaled in satisfaction. He picked up Saroma's old glasses, which had been worn out a lot, and chuckled. After a few seconds, the girl finally got used to her new glasses. Thank you. Saroma lowered her head, seemingly a little embarrassed. You're welcome. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. The prince laughed and said, as the leader of this land, wearing those black-rimmed glasses doesn't make me look too serious. I look just like a frog, haha. To his surprise, Saroma was very calm. She was not agitated, excited, curious, or puzzled. Instead, hey Thales. The girl propped up her glasses in a daze and stared into the distance. Thales raised his eyebrows. Selma lifted her head gently. Thales noticed that there was some redness around her eyes. It couldn't be. It's just a gift and she's so touched? Thales, who was most afraid of seeing people cry, felt his heart skip a beat. Thales, Saroma said softly. Do you remember that day 6 years ago? Thales narrowed his eyes in puzzlement. The day we first met. That night, that early morning, that morning. Her voice was illusory and indistinct, as if it came from afar. Thales frowned and remembered the past. That night. Neuven, Lampard, the blood-stained crown, the newborn Archduchess. Of course. His tone became unconsciously solemn as he stared at the young girl in front of him. How could I forget that kind of experience? Because of you, Thales. Saroma looked at him seriously. I became an Archduchess. Without you, I wouldn't be who I am today. Thales was slightly startled. He was about to speak, but Saroma just shook her head. Her red eyes made Thales speechless. He felt a heavy weight on his chest. But why did you mention this? You said. Saroma sniffled. With a faint nasal voice, she shot a faint, sorrowful gaze at Thales from behind her new glasses. You said that you would always be by my side. That you would face it with me. That you would. The corners of Thales' lips parted slightly. Ah. The prince took a deep breath and remembered what he once said. He subconsciously flashed a reassuring smile. I will always protect you. Saroma did not speak. She only stared at the prince quietly. The surging emotions in her eyes made Thales rather uneasy. The two of them stared at each other quietly. After a long while, the heavy atmosphere was finally broken by the young girl's laughter. However, this laughter did not sound very happy to Thales. Thank you. I'm sorry. There was a faint sense of disappointment in the young girl's voice. It had nothing to do with you. I shouldn't have kicked you today. Ah. Thales first widened his eyes. Then he scratched his head in puzzlement. Saroma's behavior today was somewhat beyond his expectations. The prince could only smile awkwardly with a puzzled expression. It's okay. Thales sighed softly and shook his head helplessly. After all, we're friends. Just like what you said, we live and die together. When she said this, Saroma trembled slightly. The Archduchess raised her head abruptly, as if she had made up her mind about something. Thales. Saroma exhaled, and her words came to a halt. Today's State Affairs hearing, that. Thales sensed something. What's wrong? But at this moment Saroma's eyes, which were staring straight at Thales, suddenly dimmed. It was as if she had let go of something. Thales stared at her in puzzlement. What is this? In the next second, Saroma's tone and rhythm returned to normal. The city of faraway prayers sent a messenger crow. She tilted her head and said, seemingly unbothered, Rockney and his allies, the 3 archdukes in the north, want to invite me and Dragon Cloud City to sign a declaration against the king's decree and support their protest. Oh, that's a good thing. Thales, who was filled with questions, recalled the major events in Ekstedt over the past few months. King Chapman's new decree of nobility in Black Sand region was met with almost unanimous opposition and condemnation from the entire country. He was probably in a terrible predicament right now. Teach Lampard a lesson. Yes. Saroma let out a muffled laugh, but her tone was a little gloomy. It's a good thing. Thales frowned as he stared at the sullen girl in front of him. Speaking of which, do you know that we'll soon have a new teacher? The prince asked tentatively. Putre invited him from Anlenzo dukedom. He said that he's a highly respected. But in the next moment, Saroma stood up abruptly. I'm full. You can continue. The Archduchess regained her tranquil and indifferent expression. Thales was shocked. Huh. But she's just. Tomorrow, the usual time in the library. Saroma flashed a pale smile. A batch of new books has arrived. Don't forget, we'll read them together. Thales nodded subconsciously. The girl curled up the corners of her lips at him and nodded faintly. She clenched her fists and quickly walked out of the dining room. Thales was left alone, staring at the table full of food in a daze, bewildered. Gee, what's wrong? The prince stared blankly at the girl's back as she left. There seemed to be a faint scent of her body lingering on her seat. Thales suddenly realized that when Saroma left, she left the black-rimmed glasses on the dining table. She did not take them with her. Blood court. That night. You really don't know? In the room, Putre crossed his legs on the sofa. He puffed and puffed his pipe in a relaxed manner as he spoke to Thales, who had a solemn expression on his face. Of course, the Hall of Heroes on the day of the State Affairs hearing does not allow a foreign prince to sneak into it. Thales said a little anxiously. What happened in Dragoncloud City's State Affairs hearing today? What does it have to do with the Archduchess, who usually doesn't speak? Putre clicked his tongue with a comfortable expression. All right, even though I can't get in, I still have some channels. Putre, if you know anything, tell me quickly. Thales sighed and urged him repeatedly. I'm really anxious. Thales could not help but reach out and gently clench the old glasses in his pocket. His heart felt a little heavy. Putre nodded and let out a soft snort. Listen to me, Your Highness, the former vice diplomat said faintly. Today, halfway through the State Affairs hearing in Dragoncloud City, someone suddenly accused you. Thales raised his eyebrows. Accused who? The prince was a little surprised. He pointed at himself. Me? While observing Thales' reaction, Putre slowly said. Someone said that the young Prince of Constellation forcibly occupied a civilian shop in Spear District for a game of chess. He did it once a month. Huh. Thales' mouth formed in O-shape in shock. But I went to Spear District to play chess, including that chess room. But Putre continued speaking unhurriedly. During this period, the prince also encouraged his lawless subordinates to go to the forest on the outskirts of the city, which only belongs to the suzerain, to hunt wild rabbits. Thales was bewildered again. When the F***ck did I ask my subordinates to hunt wild rabbits? Wait, this? Thales thought of a certain figure under a cloak. He suddenly felt a tightness in his chest, his vision darkened, and he almost vomited blood. Anyway, it caused a huge uproar. Putre took a puff of his cigarette and snorted in satisfaction. He then continued. After the vassals in the State Affairs hearing heard about the enemy kingdom's prince's arrogant and despotic behavior in Dragoncloud City, they were filled with righteous indignation and demanded from Regent Leespan. They demanded that you be punished accordingly for your crime, such as a harsher dungeon detention, Putre said with a chuckle. Or the whipping unique to Northland. Thales widened his eyes in disbelief. Crime? Then. The prince suddenly realized something. He cast a suspicious glance at Putre, who was smoking leisurely. Wait, your prince is about to be spanked. How can you still be so calm? Putre chuckled and shook his head in front of the slightly dissatisfied Thales. Don't be anxious, Your Highness. Your luck is as good as always. Something unexpected happened, Putre said in a nostalgic tone. For the first time in 6 years. The 15-year-old Archduchess Walton, who has always been quiet during the past State Affairs hearings. She actually stood up from her seat in agitation. Thales frowned. She stood up? The Archduchess of Walton shocked the four cities. She shouted, in the face of the vehement denunciations of almost all her vassals, that she would vouch for it on her reputation and authority. Putre said it lightly, but to Thales it was so shocking. I guarantee that your actions were all approved by her. If you want to pursue responsibility, you should start with her. Thales was stunned. He stared at the empty space in a daze and said subconsciously, "And then?" Putray's expression darkened. He put down his crossed leg and sat up straight. "And then? There was a blind viscount who publicly accused your lady." Putray heaved a long sigh. He said that she was so protective of a prince who was a hostage. Could there be something between the two of them? Thales listened to Putray's narration in a daze. He did not notice the special way his lordship addressed the girl, intentionally or otherwise. Of course, he was beaten black and blue by the angry Northlanders on the spot, and chased out of the hall. What happened after that was ugly. I heard that the Archduchess lost her temper and smashed a stone cup. Regent Leespan almost lost control of the situation. For an outsider, I think the vassals of Dragoncloud City probably have a worse impression of their ruler. After Putray said this, he exhaled softly and blew out a ring of smoke. So, Thales subconsciously sat on the bed with a stunned expression. He touched his knee and remembered the girl's vicious kick. Today he also remembered her abrupt words at the dining table. Her tearful tone. Because of me. But because of this, many of the vassals had unpleasant expressions on their faces. They suggested in unison that for the stability of Dragoncloud City's rule, and for the continuation of the Walton family's bloodline, Thales sat in a daze. He did not realize that his breathing had begun to quicken. The Honorable Archduchess should choose a husband among the local vassals this year, get married, and have children. When Putray's words reached Thales' ears, he actually felt a sense of isolation, as if they came from another room. The reason is too legitimate. Even Leespan could not raise any objections. This is what happened at the hearing. I think, at least, it should be the part you want to know. Thales subconsciously clenched his fists. Putray looked at the somewhat dispirited Thales thoughtfully and sighed softly. Your Highness, be prepared. Your friend. That poor little girl. Thinking of the past, the thin man clicked his tongue and shook his head. She's going to get married. Putray's voice was very low, as if he was afraid of waking up someone who was sleeping. On the other side, Thales, who had been silent for a long time, had even forgotten how to react. Putray quietly blew out a perfect and beautiful ring of smoke, and quietly watched it drift away into the air. It was as if it had never existed. Only the person who blew out the smoke ring could remember how perfect it was at that moment. A few seconds later, Prince Thales Jadestar subconsciously turned his head and looked outside the window. You will always be by my side. You will face it with me. You will. Little rascal. He called out the name that he had not said for a long time in his heart, but it was as clear as ever. He stared in the direction of Heroic Spirit Palace in a daze. He felt his hands and feet go cold, and he felt lost. Chapter 287. Dragoncloud City, Heroic Spirit Palace Training Ground. Under the gazes of countless Heroic Spirit Palace guards and attendants, the sweating Thales swung the longsword in his right hand, lifted the shield in his left arm, spread his legs apart, and solemnly adopted the iron body style that he had practiced countless times. Even though he was preoccupied, the prince still had to carry out the necessary outdoor training every day. I don't know why you're still practicing this sword style. In front of him, the pale-faced former commander of the White Blade Guards lifted a heavy sword with a disdainful expression. Even when fighting against the orcs, our army's combat style has been reinvented for hundreds or even thousands of years. And your sword style of holding a sword and shield and waiting foolishly for people to beat you up. Are you going to keep talking nonsense? The prince said impatiently. I remember that this is outdoor training, not satirical poetry writing. Nicholas pursed his lips. His gaze was unhappy. The Star Killer's attitude towards the second prince, which was neither good nor bad, lasted for a whole 6 years, took a drastic turn for the worse after yesterday's State Affairs hearing. He began to scrutinize Thales with a hostile gaze, and was extremely harsh towards the Constellatiate teenager during outdoor training. Of course, Thales later found out why. Thales shrugged, indicating that he could attack. In the next second, Nicholas widened his footsteps and swung his sword. Thud. Thales' shield collided with Nicholas' heavy sword. The prince stepped forward and counterattacked with the long sword in his right hand, but Nicholas easily dodged it. If you really want to know, this sword style means a lot to me. Thales turned around and quickly aimed the tip of his sword at the enemy again. A strict teacher once told me that I have to at least practice it to the point where it looks like it. As he said this, the letter brought by Gilbert Toptil suddenly appeared in his mind. Madame Gines emphasized that you have to pay attention to your diet at this age. Don't be picky, especially when it comes to a balanced diet of various foods. Even the bitter vegetables from the western desert are of considerable value. You can try it. Gines' stern and straightforward image appeared in Thales' mind. And a thought flashed in his mind. Practice it to the point where it looks like it. Nicholas snorted coldly. Unfortunately, you didn't manage to do it. The Star Killer dashed forward, held his sword with both hands, and swung it down with the help of gravity. Bang. He almost knocked down Thales, who was struggling to support his shield. The prince gritted his teeth and felt the strength in Nicholas' sword gradually increase. As for those old friends of yours, please forgive me. I must tell you, ashamed and disappointed, that we still did not find them during the 10th search. Regardless of whether it was the female bartender from Sunset Pub or those child beggars, they are no longer in Eternal Star City. Although this is not the right time, I must suggest to you that perhaps your highness should give up on the search for them. First, the result may have already been decided, and second, a search as long as 6 years is really not in your favor. Where's the boldness you had when you snatched the book from me? The Star Killer roared furiously. Take it out. Don't make me feel like I'm sparring with an idiot. Thales lowered his body and twisted his hips with great effort to deflect the opponent's heavy sword. Then he thrust his sword forward again. Perhaps you should redefine who snatched the book from whom. Hey! However, before the prince's sword could take effect, the Star Killer lowered his body and kicked Thales, who was changing his posture, so hard that he staggered. Outside the training field, Thales' attendant, Wyacasso, stood by the side with his hand on his longsword. He sighed and said to the silver-masked Ralph, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. You know, I am not slandering the prince. In fact, he is the earliest child I have ever seen. But you have to admit that aside from being good at analysis and planning, when it comes to intense battles where fists hit flesh and blood are involved, he is really. Wya looked at Thales, who was flustered and struggling in the training field, and shook his head. He really lacks talent. Ralph frowned and looked at the chattering Wya with a displeased expression. This chatterbox. He has never stopped talking for 6 years. Is he treating me like a trash can? Ck him. Ralph snorted in dissatisfaction. He did not even bother to turn his head as he stuck out his middle finger. But Wya did not care. He knew that Ralph, who could not speak, hated talkative people. However, if he could make the Phantom Wind follower unhappy and enjoy his irrefutable, angry gaze, why not? Just like how Ralph also liked to gloat when he saw Wya's clumsy appearance when he did not understand the prince's sign language. Wya disliked Ralph's casual and boorish street habits, and was also dissatisfied with the sign language that only he and the prince could understand. The Phantom Wind follower hated the attendant's confidence and self-awareness as the prince's only spokesperson, which he was. He also looked down on the attendant's almost fastidious attitude towards etiquette and addressing. That was right. Even though they had fought side by side many times, the two attendants of the prince, who were born into worlds apart, had never had a good relationship with each other. Wya continued to frown and said, if he had time and preparation, whether it was chess, negotiation, or even sword practice, the prince would undoubtedly be able to give a beautiful answer. But like this, when faced with a sudden attack, he would easily become flustered, nervous, and lose his composure. To be honest, he is a little like a new recruit, especially those ordinary civilians who are averse to blood and are not used to fighting. This is fatal in a battle. If you make a mistake at a critical moment, you will regret it for the rest of your life. At this moment, you can just say that Thales is not good at fighting. Putre walked to their side and watched the training in the field. Surprisingly, he did not take out his pipe. Your Grace. Wya nodded respectfully, while Ralph only shook his head symbolically. Is there any way to overcome this? Putre's eyes were bright. Is there a problem where Thales becomes flustered at critical moments and his mind goes blank? I'm afraid it will be very difficult. Wyatt turned his head around and looked at Thales, who was knocked to the ground for the second time. He sighed. Swordsmanship can be practiced, and skills can be improved, but it is not easy to overcome the habits and character that have been around for many years. At this moment, Ralph suddenly raised his palm gently. With a sinister gaze, he made a throat-slitting gesture. Poutre noticed Ralph and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Wyatt looked at Ralph and narrowed his eyes slightly. I think the mute probably means. I've heard in the tower that there's a quick way to develop combat instincts. Throw people into a battlefield where there's a slim chance of survival. Blood and death are the most efficient teachers. Over there, even a harmless sheep can turn into a ferocious dragon. Even the weakest warrior and the most unfamiliar recruit can quickly change their bad habits. Of course, the premise is that they don't die. And even supreme-class elites, whether it's the Star Killer or the Kingdom's Wrath, their extraordinary combat abilities were slowly accumulated through fighting and killing. It's impossible for them to reach supreme class if they train against wooden stakes and targets. Thales' eyes widened. Ralph snorted softly. It was unknown whether he agreed or disdained Poutre. Poutre furrowed his brows. Thales is not a Northlander. He is a prince of Constellation, a Jade Star, and may even become a king in the future. The former vice diplomat shook his head. He only needs to dabble in the atmosphere of the battlefield. Whether it is personally going into battle or fighting on the battlefield, it should not be a necessary skill for him. He also does not need to become supreme class. His duty is to move the chess pieces in his hands under the protection of thousands of soldiers and horses. Ralph mumbled something that no one could understand. Wyatt exhaled. But during the Bloody Year, even with the protection of heavy guards, the Jade Star royal family. At the mention of this word, Poutre suddenly turned his head. The atmosphere seemed to have turned cold in an instant. Be careful with your words. Poutre's sharp and rude gaze forced Wyatt's words back into his mouth. Do not make rash judgments about things that you do not understand, especially during the Bloody Year. And Jade Star? Wyatt looked at him, a little confused. Ralph snorted coldly, taking pleasure in Poutre's misfortune. I'm sorry, I should not have talked about the royal family. Wyatt, who was brought up in a noble family, apologized with great self-restraint. He sighed and found the next topic. Speaking of which, it seems that you plan to stay for a long time after returning to Dragon Cloud City this time, Your Grace? Poutre then shifted his attention back to the field. Yes, he said faintly. It may be a little longer than you think. Speaking of which, the prince once mentioned it to me. Wyatt frowned slightly. 6 years ago, where did you go? Poutre paused for a moment. 6 years ago, on the second day after King Chapman's coronation. It was also when Leespan started to clean up the mess in Dragon Cloud City. Prince Thales was in a bad situation. Wyatt's seemingly idle chatter continued. But you left Dragon Cloud City in a hurry without even saying goodbye? Let's forget about that. After all, we've already reunited. Wyatt retracted his gaze and said a little worriedly. But what I'm more concerned about is, it's been 6 years. Why did you have to come back at this time? Why not earlier, when the prince had yet to gain a firm foothold, or later, when the prince had to face difficult problems such as marriage? Why did it have to be now? This makes me a little worried. Ralph also frowned. It was rare that he did not express his opinion on Wyatt's words. The corner instantly fell silent. Poutre lowered his eyelids. Slowly, he reached into his bosom and took out the old tobacco pipe that he had been using since 6 years ago. A long time ago, when I was still young, our teacher once said during our graduation. The skinny former deputy diplomat filled his tobacco at a leisurely pace, took out a flint and lit his pipe. Gilbert Casso has a big heart. When he looks at a problem, he is not confused by what is in front of him. He jumps out of the rut and grabs the main point beyond his sight. Perhaps he will be the kind of chess player who has great foresight, is good at long-term strategies and schemes. That's why that naive bastard always thinks too much. When he heard Poutre's incoherent reply, Wyatt raised his eyebrows in surprise. Ha! Even if you don't admit it, Waya. Putre inhaled a mouthful of smoke in satisfaction and said with a smile, there are still many things about you that are very similar to your father. For example, thinking too much. Waya seemed to have thought of something. He shut his mouth and turned around with an unpleasant expression. He did not pursue the matter further. In the field, Thales took 2 steps back. From the corner of his eyes he saw Putre and Waya, who had a strange atmosphere between them. While he was puzzled, he could not help but think of another point mentioned in Gilbert's letter. Your Highness, please trust Putre as always, especially during this special moment. For your future, please trust him. Also, please maintain the respect you deserve for that new teacher. Be humble and learn from him. He is probably the person I respect the second most in my life. Gilbert emphasized twice that he trusted Putre. Why? His sword flashed. Nicholas attacked again. This time Thales, who had been retreating, finally got his chance. When Putre hit his shield for the 3rd time, the prince blocked the attack and performed the breaking edge style that he had prepared for a long time. He went straight for the enemy's weakest left side, which made Nicholas' eyes brighten. Good idea. But immediately after, the Star Killer swung his heavy sword back and faced this sharp counterattack. Following the trajectory of his opponent's heavy sword, Thales struggled to swing the shield in his left hand and used all his strength to push away his opponent's counterattack. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Nicholas' heavy sword slashed across the surface of the shield. The wind brought about by the blade swept past Thales' hair. At that moment Thales, who felt a chill run down his spine, shuddered. As this sense of imminent danger assaulted him, Thales felt an inexplicable shudder suddenly erupt from his spine and attack his brain. In the next second, that familiar yet unfamiliar fluctuation, the sin of Hell's River, surged out of his body uncontrollably and uncontrollably. It was like a startled beast that had suddenly woken up from hibernation. It was also like a sudden freezing storm that attacked every inch of his body, including his brain. It gave him the desire to risk everything. But the prince did not feel at ease at all. Thales felt the sin of Hell's River go berserk, and he was terrified. No. No. Chapter 288. Thales gritted his teeth fiercely and controlled his body's movements. Calm down. Calm down, Thales. This is not a battle to the death. Asterisk bang. Asterisk in the next second, Nicholas skillfully avoided Thales' shield and struck his weapon with his sword. Thales felt the long sword in his hand tremble violently, and it instantly flew out of his hand. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales' long sword fell to the ground. He sighed and faced Nicholas' heavy sword, which was placed horizontally on his shoulder. He spread his arms to show his surrender. The battle was over. You really like to be absent-minded. The Star Killer withdrew his heavy sword and sneered mockingly. Just like in the past, you enjoy being absent-minded during battles? Thales flashed a resigned smile, and did not retort. Only he knew that had come again just now. A year ago, Thales had encountered a similar situation during his training. A Northland warrior who was his sparring partner used a battle axe to split his shield. The fragments hit the prince's chin and neck. At that moment, when the artery on his neck was threatened, the sin of Hell's River surged out like a startled hedgehog. It made Thales, who was originally dizzy, quiver. He instinctively knew how to counterattack. He quickly threw away his long sword, turned around, and moved forward. At the moment the axe blade grazed his cheek, he squeezed to the side of the enemy, and at the risk of being cut by the axe blade, he punched the enemy's throat. At that moment, Thales was like an enraged beast. There was only one thought in his mind: to fight. With the support of the sin of Hell's River, he might have been able to severely injure the opponent's throat cartilage with one punch. Then the opponent's axe blade would have cut into his ribs. If Thales had not snapped out of his daze halfway through and given up on attacking. In the end, the warrior apologized profusely for not being able to control his strength and cutting the prince's arm. Everyone thought that it was a mistake during training. But at that time, only the frightened Thales knew that it was not a mistake. It was his own, a dangerous counterattack that he did not carry through to the end. At that moment, the frightened Thales deeply understood the nature of the sin of Hell's River for the first time. He had a preliminary understanding of Blacksword's words. Do not treat it as a tool, but as a companion you can talk to. From then on, Nicholas decided to personally become Thale's sparring partner. Compared to other people, a supreme class fighter could control the rhythm and strength of a fight more perfectly, so that no unnecessary injuries would occur. From then on, Thales began to consciously be on guard against similar situations to prevent them from making a huge mistake. Back to the present. Thales touched his heart anxiously. He felt his blood surge, and he could not calm down. Just now, when the wind generated by Nicholas' sword swept past his forehead, the sin of Hell's River was as restless as a wild beast whose territory had been invaded. It filled his leg muscles in a frenzy while it surged to his brain at high speed to numb his fear. It seemed to be urging him to throw away the shield and move his feet. Borrowing the agility released in that instant, he turned around and faced the enemy's blade. Take the risk to counterattack. As long as I counterattack, I can. Thales pressed his forehead and let out a long sigh. But he couldn't do that. The way he thought at that time, the way he fought, it was too exaggerated. It was simply a lose-lose situation. Black Sword didn't seem to have mentioned that the sin of Hell's River had this kind of wildness, when the power of eradication that never improved was activated. Thales shook his head and averted his gaze, trying to get rid of the thoughts in his mind. Hey! The Star Killer's dissatisfied voice traveled into his ears again. You'd better focus, Nicholas scolded coldly. Stop looking at her. The Star Killer's gaze was especially cold. Thales was shocked. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly shifted his gaze to another pair of people who were practicing outdoors. Not far away from them was the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City, Saroma Walton. She was dressed in a light hunting suit, and was learning how to use a dagger to defend herself under Lord Justin's guidance. Her cheeks were sweaty and slightly red because of the exercise. Thales sighed. He knew that Nicholas had misunderstood the reason for his absent-mindedness. But Thales remembered the second-to-last paragraph in Gilbert's letter. Also, although I am very pleased with your political efforts to strengthen the diplomatic relations between the two countries, I would still like to remind you that in your interactions with Madame Walton, please clearly separate politics and personal feelings. If you can deepen your friendship with the Archduchess of Dragoncloud City through this, then no matter how expensive the hand-ground spectacles from Master Punk's workshop are, they will still be worth it. However, if this friendship goes to a higher level, then it will be worth discussing. You must know that friendship is beautiful, but love is terrifying. Damn you, Gilbert. Isn't he far away in Constellation? What kind of ridiculous rumors did he hear? However, Thales remembered what Poutre said yesterday and felt a little gloomy. That poor little girl is about to get married. Thales slowly bent down and picked up the sword on the ground. Why? Nicholas narrowed his eyes slightly. What? 6 years ago, when King Nuvan passed away, why were you still willing to be loyal to? Thales swung the sword in his hand and remembered that fateful night. He said solemnly, she was obviously not. You know what I am referring to. Saroma's identity, Saroma's marriage, the vassals of Dragoncloud City. My identity. After thinking about what happened yesterday from start to finish, Thales felt that there was something fishy about it. Nicholas' expression changed. Be careful with your words, young prince. The Star Killer's cold tone began to be laced with faint hostility. Especially in a city that is filled with hostility towards you. Thank you for the reminder. Thales shrugged nonchalantly and raised his longsword again. So King Nuvan can be considered to have succeeded. Now the Walton family still rules Dragoncloud City, and you and Leaspan surround the Archduchess. But Saroma is an Archduchess with insufficient prestige. She will even be forced by the local vassals to marry her and give birth to a local Walton heir? The prince gritted his teeth. Is this really what you Leaspan and King Nuvan want? The next moment, Nicholas suddenly struck with his sword. Thales, who was prepared for this, calmly took a step back and prepared to deflect it with his shield. Ha! This time Nicholas' heavy sword was eerily deflected before it hit the shield. It was as if he did not use any strength at all. Asterisk bang. Asterisk with a great force. The back of the sword swept Thales' left knee violently. Thales, who lost his balance, staggered and felt that he was about to fall to the ground. He was instantly shocked. The sin of Hell's River surged up with a bang. But unexpectedly, long before the sin of Hell's River took effect, the merciless Nicholas decisively threw away the heavy sword that had lost its momentum and punched him in the ribs. Sharp pain shot through him. It was followed by numbness. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Thales' shield and longsword both fell to the ground. Asterisk thud. Asterisk his body also fell to the ground with a bang. Wyatt and the others who were watching the battle cried out in surprise. Thales, who was holding his abdomen, lay on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. His face was contorted and he curled up. Before the sin of Hell's River could react, he had completely failed. He instantly lost all ability to fight back. At that moment, Thales' hope of getting lucky, along with his pride, vanished. His little self-consolation of, "I only suppressed the sin of Hell's River," was crushed under Nicholas' merciless attack. That's all for today. With a terrifying expression, the Star Killer snorted rudely and said, "Your movements are still a mess. There is no student more stupid than you. Also, what happens to the Archduchess has nothing to do with you." Nicholas threw down his last sentence, turned around coldly, and left. Wyatt and Ralph quickly followed him and helped Thales, who was drenched in cold sweat and whose lips had turned blue. He used his power of eradication in that last attack, right? That guy did it on purpose. Thales rubbed his ribs, which were aching badly, and said with difficulty, "Is that considered cheating? Bullying me because I don't have a power of eradication?" Wyatt and Ralph looked at each other. "When I have a power of eradication," Wyatt sighed softly. "With all due respect, Your Highness, the Northland military sword style is still a little ancient. Under normal circumstances, if you cannot awaken a corresponding power of eradication before the age of 18. Besides, even if you awaken a power of eradication, when you face an existence like the Star Killer, most likely, the unlucky Thales could only sigh." After the outdoor training ended, Thales went to Saroma's side in a few steps. As he stared at the red-faced girl who had just finished training, the prince once again ignored the dissatisfied gazes from Gings the female official and the two maidservants. He moved closer to her ear. "Saroma, listen," Thales said solemnly and gravely. "We need to talk in the afternoon." "It's in the library." Saroma, who was tidying up her clothes, frowned. She habitually lowered her head and whispered, "Talk about what?" "It's about our ahem. Actually, it's about your marriage. I keep feeling that there's something." Saroma's expression instantly became unpleasant. The pince-nez on her face trembled slightly. The girl pouted and looked at Thales in dissatisfaction. "What's there to talk about? This has nothing to do with you." At this moment, a low and gentle voice that was filled with charisma came from behind him. "My lady, Your Grace." Regent Lisbon's tone was so solemn that Thales could sense it even from 10 steps away. "I'm sorry to disturb you." Accompanied by his entourage, Regent Lisban, whose hair was white but his footsteps were still steady, slowly walked over with a solemn expression. The old regent stopped steadily in front of them. The count first swept a scrutinizing gaze over Thales, who was beside the Archduchess. The profound meaning in his gaze made the prince feel a chill run down his spine. Lisban then retracted his gaze and bowed respectfully to Saroma. Then he nodded gently at Gings the female official. "Please change your clothes immediately. You need formal attire." Saroma frowned slightly. "Now." Lisban nodded. "We have a very important guest who needs to be received immediately." Thales' heart sank. He subconsciously felt that something was wrong. Saroma took a deep breath. Following her habit of 6 years, she also respectfully returned the salute. "Of course." Thales shut his mouth. He was a little annoyed. "Looks like I can only wait until the afternoon." But his thoughts were interrupted. "Please change your clothes immediately, Prince Thales." Regent Lisbon's gaze fell on him again. Thales' heart almost skipped a beat. "What?" The prince widened his eyes in surprise. "I have to go as well." This time, Regent Lisbon's gaze seemed to have softened a little. It was no longer the polite, but indifferent scrutinizing gaze from before. Instead, it was a reminder and warning filled with worry. The guest this time has specifically requested to meet you, Lisbon said casually. Oh. Thales narrowed his eyes. Lisbon's expression did not change, but he clenched his fists tightly. I believe that you are no stranger to them. The Count enunciated each word clearly. The second assistant advisor of the Imperial Conference, King Chapman's goosekeeper, Viscount Lassa Kentvita of the city of Halton. The king's personal guard and administrator, the deputy commander of the White Blade Guards, Lady Crochmerk. Both of them have arrived at Dragon Cloud City this morning. At that moment, Saroma and Thales' expressions changed. When they heard the Count's words, Nicholas, who was wiping his hands in the distance, Ralph and Waya, who were leaning against the wall and chatting, were all stunned. They brought King Chapman's greetings and concern, as well as important information. Lisbon's words were filled with coldness and wariness. They want to convey the message to you in person. At that moment Thales, who could not hide the strange expression on his face, subconsciously turned his head and looked at Poutre, who was beside him. He wanted to ask for his opinion. However, the thin lord was still smoking his pipe leisurely. His expression did not change. He did not seem surprised. Chapter 289. In the corridor of Heroic Spirit Palace, Thales tidied his sleeves with a headache, trying to straighten the 9-pointed star emblem on his upper arm to his shoulder as he walked beside Saroma. Based on the experience of the past 6 years, don't the king's envoys usually only come when the seasons change? The second prince said, feeling vexed and worried. And they usually come to check on you. To check on your situation. Saroma nodded absent-mindedly. She looked at the flustered Thales, sighed and rolled her eyes. She extended her hand to help him straighten the emblem on his shoulder and said in annoyance, to make sure that a certain unlucky prince is still in his pet cage. Oh. Thales frowned and snorted expressionlessly. Thank you for the reminder. Behind him, Count Lisbon coughed softly. The regent quietly extended his hand and pressed on Thales' shoulder. As well as monitoring, reminding, and warning Dragon Cloud City that we are the greatest threat in King Chapman's eyes. Lisbon pushed him 2 steps away without a trace and said solemnly. Even when the Waltons lost their throne and the people of Dragon Cloud City were in a state of panic, this never changed. Especially when the future of Jade Star and the Waltons is in Dragon Cloud City. Thales raised his eyebrows and looked at Lisbon, who had unknowingly walked between him and Saroma. When it came to dealing with Thales, Count Lisbon's attitude had always been full of alienation and vigilance. There was even hostility that was difficult to ignore. However, when it came to Black Sand Region and King Chapman, this vassal and assistant that Nuven trusted the most when he was alive showed rare trust and kindness towards a common enemy. He even reminded Thales from time to time that they were on the same side. Thales remembered what Poutre had once told him. If I remember correctly, Rockney and his allies from the city of Faraway Prayers are waving their flags and shouting war cries, denouncing the king's disrespect for tradition throughout the entire territory. That seems to be the top priority for Chapman to worry about, and not 2 powerless brats? Saroma rolled her eyes at him. So this is the interesting part. Lisbon did not seem to understand Thales' sarcasm. He swept his gaze over the 2 teenagers. Guess why they are here? Thales exhaled. Win over Dragon Cloud City, fight for support for Lampard's pitifully poor reputation in the country, and fight against Rockney and the other opposers? Saroma's expression darkened, but she immediately took a deep breath and tried her best to put on a solemn and indifferent expression, just like she did for the past 6 years. Then they have the wrong idea. Dragon Cloud City is the most unlikely force to stand with him. We all know what happened 6 years ago. No one can forget. Thales recalled that night, and could not help but smack his lips. He sighed and said, so this is what I am worried about. Lisbon snorted coldly. His gaze was filled with vigilance. We will find out. The next moment they turned a corner. Nicholas and Justin, who had been waiting in front of them for a long time, nodded at them and pushed open a door that both Thales and Saroma were very familiar with. The Prince of Constellation walked behind the Archduchess and the Regent under the protection of his personal guards behind him, and on both sides. He stepped into the oval stone hall, which had a solemn atmosphere. The Hall of Heroes had changed a lot compared to 6 years ago. The biggest difference was that the heavy, rectangular table that represented the king and the 9 archdukes had been removed. It seemed to have disappeared from history along with the reign of the born king. There was only one simple and heavy chair made of cedar wood in the hall, which was located on the 3rd flight of steps. The famous Soul Slayer pike was still lying quietly on the rack on the fireplace at the back of the hall. Thales consciously stopped in front of the steps under the chair. Nicholas and Leespan, on the other hand, went up one step before they turned around to face the hall. Only the Archduchess lifted her skirt with a serious expression and walked up the steps step by step towards the chair. The prince watched with complicated emotions as Saroma skillfully and anxiously sat on the chair that was almost as wide as 4 or 5 people. It was the chair that belonged to the suzerain of Dragon Cloud City. She first carefully placed her arms on the armrests on both sides like a kitten that had stepped into an unfamiliar territory. Then, she took a deep breath, straightened her back and puffed out her chest. With a forced arrogance and aloofness, she raised her head and looked at the hall. Like a lion cub that had just learned how to walk, she let out an immature roar at the pride of lions. But judging from the girl's expression, it was probably not very comfortable to sit on it. It's been 6 years. She's still not used to it. Because of me, she sat on this seat. Because of me, she had no choice. Saroma seemed to sense something. The girl turned her head stiffly to look at Thales. There was an uneasiness in her eyes that only the prince could understand. For a moment, Thales did not dare to look at the chair and its owner. He turned his head slightly and stared at the floor tiles with a gloomy expression. The next moment, the herald's sonorous and melodious voice rang in the hall. The Viscount of the City of Halting Light from Black Sand Region, the king's special envoy and goosekeeper, and the second assistant advisor of the Imperial Conference, Lesa Kentvita. The atmosphere in the Hall of Heroes instantly became tense. Nicholas intentionally or unintentionally flung the hilt of the sword on his back to his right shoulder. Leespan, on the other hand, put his hands behind his back out of habit. The guards on both sides puffed out their chests and raised their heads. They pursed their lips tightly. Even the veteran personal guards who had served as white blade guards subconsciously adjusted their breathing and put on the most serious and fierce expressions. They knew who the newcomers were. As the sound of 2 footsteps drew closer, a man and a woman appeared at the entrance of the Hall of Heroes. Thales narrowed his eyes. It had been 6 years since they last met. Kentvita, King Chapman's #1 strategist, the tall viscount who once escorted the prince to Dragon Cloud City with 2,000 soldiers, appeared to have matured a lot. Compared to his military attire back then, he was currently dressed in plain clothes, but his footsteps were still agile. Coupled with his polite smile that seemed to be examining him, Thales could not help but feel that he was more difficult to deal with than before. But the person who attracted the most attention was not him. Kentvita's companion walked past the herald, but stopped. "What's wrong?" It was a female warrior with a buzz cut, fully equipped with light armor. Her presence was in no way weaker than Kentvita's. The longsword hanging from her waist had a familiar white hilt. The female warrior turned her sharp gaze and stared straight at the herald at the entrance. "Don't you have the habit of registering female guests?" At the far end of the hall, the few people around Saroma looked at the entrance curiously. The herald stared back at the female warrior warily, but he did not show any signs of weakness. He snorted softly through his nose. "Welcome to Northland." The female warrior chuckled. "Is that so? Even though all of you have been ruled by a woman for 6 years?" The herald furrowed his brows, as though he was choked by this sentence. Kentvita, who was walking in front, had no choice but to stop. "Esh." He placed a hand on his forehead and said softly to his companion in a rather resigned manner, "It's all right." The female warrior did not seem to hear Kentvita's reminder. She continued to stare at the disdainful herald. "I'll do it myself." The next second, the round-faced female warrior turned around and faced the entire hall. She stared straight at the other end of the hall and said loudly without hesitation, "The deputy commander of the White Blade Guards from Peck Village in Flatiron County, Dragon Cloud City, and Flatiron County, King Chapman's administrator and personal guard, Lady Crowschmirk. I'm here to seek an audience with..." The Archduchess of Dragoncloud City. The female voice was mellow and bright. It echoed in every corner of the hall. Even Thales, who was standing at the other end of the hall, could hear this voice clearly. The expressions of the personal guards on both sides of the hall changed. They stared in surprise at the deputy commander of the White Blade Guards who had registered herself, as though they were looking at a rare object in a market. Thales furrowed his brows slightly, but then the corners of his lips curled up. A lady has an audience with the Archduchess. Could the Northlanders have imagined this scene 6 years ago? Have you learned it now? Croce raised her eyebrows and calmly stared at the herald, who was so surprised and bewildered that he could not speak. She snapped her fingers in front of him without bothering to hide it, startling the dazed herald. And, welcome to Northland. The herald stared at her in a daze. He could not react for a long time. Viscount Kentvita sighed. He closed his eyes and urged the person behind him with a pitiful tone. Esh! But before he could finish speaking, Croce pushed him mercilessly on his shoulder, and he staggered forward. Focus on what you need to do. The female warrior strode forward again, and snorted coldly. And don't call me that again. Kentvita, who was caught off guard and pushed, smiled awkwardly. He turned around and waved at the herald in embarrassment. Sorry, Esh has always been a little hot. With a cold expression, Croce pushed him again. The Viscount could only smile in compromise. He straightened his clothes and walked into the hall. In the distance, Saroma furrowed her brows and stared at the two people who had just caused a commotion. Did they do it on purpose? Leesban shook his head. I don't know, but at least the Viscount did not deliberately stop them. This explains a lot of things. Thales shrugged. He stared at Croce from afar and could not help but lament. But she's really a special lady. Especially in Northland. Elegant and bold. I can't help but be amazed. The prince stared at Croce in a daze as she walked elegantly. He could not help but think of Sonia Cecere, the fortress flower who laughed boldly in a pool of blood and played with his hair. In the next moment, Thales realized that the three people on the stairs were looking at him with strange expressions. The prince's smile faded and he coughed softly. I'm sorry. Kentvita and Saroma finally stood 5 meters away from the main seat. The Viscount stared at the young Archduchess with great interest. Saroma silently endured his gaze. Her grip on the chair grew tighter and tighter. Count Leesban furrowed his brows slightly. Good day, Madam Miss Archduchess Walton. Viscount Kentvita bowed slightly, as if he did not feel the tense atmosphere in the hall. Please allow me to convey the king's greetings and blessings. I wish that everything goes smoothly in your reign in Dragoncloud City. Thales clearly felt that this etiquette was not very respectful. In comparison, Croce's bow was more sincere. Saroma nodded slightly. She first glanced at Leesban and said cautiously and emotionlessly, Of course, please also convey my gratitude to His Majesty. She leaned back in her chair, and said nothing else. Viscount Kentvita's eyes moved. He swept his gaze past the silent Archduchess and the stern-looking Leesban. A profound smile appeared on his face. I don't seem to see those familiar important ministers of Dragoncloud City. The Viscount looked around in a dignified manner. Where are the counts other than Regent Leesban? Wasn't yesterday the day of the state affairs hearing? This is not an official diplomatic mission, Leesban himself answered. The former prime minister said coldly, There is no need to alarm them. Is this really all right? Kentvita put on a slightly surprised expression. I heard that they were still discussing the Archduchess' marriage yesterday. I heard that Count Hurst and Count Nazir are both good candidates for the Archduchess' husband. Yet, when the king's special envoy came, they left them behind. Thales' breathing instantly froze. You're really well informed. Only the direct vassals of Dragoncloud City would know so accurately. Count Leesban quickly followed up after a barely noticeable moment of astonishment. His tone was unfriendly. Could it be that you've bribed another rat in the Hall of Heroes? Kentvita laughed. How would I dare? The vassals of Dragoncloud City have always been loyal. Why would they be bribed by us? I'm just saying that the rats in the palace are infested with rats. Leesban replied without a trace. Why would you think of vassals? Kentvita raised his eyebrows. Seal Leespan, the former prime minister who served the kingdom for decades, the born king's most capable assistant, and the man who was once known as the Eye of the Dragon. He lived up to his name. He was a difficult opponent, and he became even more determined as he aged. It's been years since we last met. I'm glad to see that you're healthy and healthy. The next second, Kentvita cast his gaze on the only teenager with the 9-pointed star emblem in the hall without hesitation. He flashed a smile. On behalf of the king, may I ask how you've been? Prince Thales. Leespan and Nicholas furrowed their brows at the same time. They looked at Thales. Saroma blinked. Amidst her surprise, she actually breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed to be a little glad that the prince shared the burden of the opening scene. Thales furrowed his brows. He endured the stares from everyone present, especially from Leespan. With a face full of suspicion, he stared back at the smiling Kentvita. Damn it. This guy. He makes it sound like I'm very familiar with Lampard. Even though I'm indeed very familiar with him. It's true that we haven't seen each other for many years, Viscount Kentvita, but Thales braced himself and said, I'm healthy and healthy. Why do your words sound like you're comforting those old people who are about to die soon? The aloof Saroma snickered. Kentvita's polite and complacent smile froze on his face. Beside him, Croce did not bother to hide it. She seemed to be mocking Kentvita. Coincidentally, Count Leespan, who usually did not smile much, actually laughed coldly in cooperation with him at that moment. You're still as eloquent as before. Kentvita looked around at the hostile gazes around him, and had no choice but to put away his smile. He said stiffly, His Majesty misses you very much, Your Highness. He often mentioned that you still owe each other a glass of wine. Thales sighed in his heart again. Lisbon's gaze swept towards him again. 18 years ago, my Uncle Herman died from a glass of poison wine. The prince scratched his head. Owe each other a glass of wine? Are you sure these are the king's exact words? Kentvita shut his mouth. Looks like His Majesty is right. This journey of ours will be very interesting. At this moment, Count Leespan laughed. Cut the useless nonsense and provocations, and get straight to the point. As the Night Falcon of Black Sand region, Viscount Kentvita, who has risen to fame in recent years, why have you come? The regent's laughter rang through the entire hall. Night Falcon? Can't you Northlanders come up with a slightly more imaginative nickname? Thales could not help but ridicule in his heart when he remembered that Dukarun's nickname was Iron Eagle. Leespan tilted his head and sized up Kentvita. King Chapman wouldn't have sent you just to sow discord when he is in a terrible predicament because of Rocknee's alliance against the king, right? There was an indescribable majesty in the count's voice. It reminded Thales of the born king who had passed away many years ago. You can't save your king, who is in dire straits and in constant trouble with just your glib tongue. So what important information did you bring? Kentvita raised his head. The smile on his face gradually faded. His gaze on Leespan slowly became serious. I must admit that a small disagreement has arisen between the archdukes and His Majesty. Thales sneered in his heart. A small disagreement? But I believe that we can stand together for the common future of Extettians. For the common glory and disgrace of Extet, no matter what difficulties and obstacles we face, we can work together to overcome them. Viscount Kentvita's expression turned cold. He uttered a sentence that moved the expressions of all the people present. Like now. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Now. Wait. He said that for the common glory of Extet. That means. The silence in the hall lasted for a few seconds. The shrewd and perceptive Count Leespan had already realized something. Common glory and disgrace? The old count stared intently at Kentvita's expression. He enunciated each word clearly and slowly said, What is it? He immediately jumped to the conclusion he came up with. Is there going to be a war? Thales' eyelids twitched. Kentvita raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was surprised by the count's answer. What made Thales rather uneasy was that in the next second, Kentvita smiled and said, he nodded. Wake, farewell, funeral, cremation, burial. Up until now, the funeral for his grandmother's funeral had gone smoothly. Tomorrow was the 7th day of her death. After some traditional worship ceremonies and banquets, even if the funeral was held, the matter would come to an end. When I was guarding the memorial tablet, I took some time to write this chapter. Thank you, my readers, for your understanding and support over the past week. There were probably no other books that could remain in the top 10 bestsellers list of fantasy novels after not updating for 6 consecutive days. Of course, The Kingdom had its fair share of twists and turns this week. The plagiarism incident had just ended when the book encountered another supernatural incident. On the 11th of July, between 12:30 p.m. and 14:30 p.m., The Kingdom's Bloodline received more than 500 negative 3-star reviews on Chidian's PC page by a bunch of Smurfs who had 0 fan points. Swordless could only express that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The editor also said helplessly, "I'm probably being targeted, and it's allowed by the rules. Even the technical backend can't do anything about it. I can only spread my hands and wait for the day when my rating drops to 0. Sigh. Haha, just kidding." Just like Thale's experience, Swordless Sword believed that only blazing fire could forge true steel, and only by constantly updating could a good chapter be written. What's more, it was just over 500 negative reviews. This was still far from the raging fire. Patting the commenter's shoulder earnestly, "The revolution has not succeeded yet. Comrades, you still need to work hard. Everyone, wait for my return." I was guarding the memorial tablet alone, preparing to continue the incense. Chapter 290. It's Information from the West. Kent Vita puffed out his chest and put on a stern expression. 3 days ago, our friends in the West held a closed-door secret meeting. At least 3 elders suggested that it was time to renegotiate and adjust the amount of goods and contributions to Extet every year. The West. At that moment, Lisbon's pupils contracted. "You mean the Alliance of Freedom?" "The Alliance of Freedom on the Golden Passage, southwest of the city of Faraway Prayers?" When he heard this term, Nicholas suddenly raised his head. His expression was unpleasant. Kent Vita nodded expressionlessly. Even though the Alliance of Freedom has yet to make a final decision, and the elders' positions are still wavering, Kent Vita said coldly, and there was a chilling tone in his words that made others fear him. But without a doubt, when they dared to have this idea pop up in their stupid and cowardly minds, and bring up the motion on the round table where Prince Soria tested his blade, Extet's dignity has already been violated. Once Kent Vita finished speaking, he closed his mouth and quietly waited for a response. Thales noticed that the Northlanders, whether they were personal guards like Nicholas and Justin, or high nobles like Lisban, all held their breaths for a moment. The air in the hall seemed to have frozen for a moment because of this sentence. But, the Alliance of Freedom, not Constellation. Thales exhaled. Fortunately, it was not the part he was most worried about. He cast a puzzled glance at the female archbishop, but Saroma only shook her head quietly with a slightly worried expression. Obviously, she had some understanding of this term. A few seconds later, Count Lisban slowly raised his head. His gaze drifted into the distance as he recalled the extraordinary years of the past. But his words were filled with an unquestionable might. 20 years ago, we generously taught these children in the Golden Corridor that they should abide by their duties. Under the great dragon's wrath, even the white elves who prided themselves on their nobility could not protect them. Did the children of the Alliance not learn this lesson? Kent Vita sneered. There was a profound meaning in his gaze. Obviously, compared to 20 years ago, the children seemed to have an illusion that Extet, which does not have a born king, is kinder. A cold glare appeared in Viscount Kent Vita's eyes. It's time to teach them another lesson. Behind him, Croche chuckled. The hall fell into silence. What was going on? Extet and the Alliance of Freedom? Without batting an eyelid, Thales recalled the geographical knowledge he learned from the Northland nobles' courses over the past 6 years. Of course, it was centered around Extet. The prince once jokingly called it the world in Extet's eyes. After the Battle of Eradication, the western border of the Great Desert of the Western Peninsula became a peaceful and pure land during the early stages of the calendar of eradication, because it was far away from the conflict between the two new powers of power, Constellation and the Dragon. It became a peaceful and pure land during the early stages of the calendar of eradication. Kingdoms and cities of various sizes were built there, forming a long belt that spanned across many forces of power in the Western Peninsula from north to south. In the east was the desert interior and the rocky valley. In the north was the Northern Sea Kingdom in Northland. In the west was the Devil's Sea and the Sea of Despair with its countless ports. In the south was the Dragon-Kissed Land and Thorn Land on the long corridor coast. In the southeast was the Twin Fog Seas and even Constellation. Before the gradual rise of the Camus Union in the several continental wars, this corridor was known for having many small countries along the way. The various powers were separated and autonomous, far away from the influence of powerful countries. When a few cities further to the west, later known as the Camions, began to trade in the peninsula, they called this complicated overland corridor that was connected to various countries and filled with trade goods the Golden Corridor. The Alliance of Freedom that Kent Vida and Leespan mentioned was located at the northeastern end of the Golden Corridor. It was adjacent to the city of Faraway Prayers in the west of Ekstedt in the east, and Good Flow City in the west of Camus Union. If one was a little more daring, they could even reach Constellation's western desert hill by going southeast through a stretch of desert. For a relatively long period of time, this land, which was the end of the Golden Corridor, was in chaos. It was only after the Fourth Peninsular War that the Alliance of Freedom, which was ruled by many powers in a compromise, appeared. In the past 100 years or so, the Alliance of Freedom had managed to maintain its existence amidst the complicated situation where many internal and external forces intertwined with each other. It was obvious from Lisbon's words that the Alliance of Freedom had sided with Ekstedt in the most recent battle. The Northlanders, who were at the height of their power, had relied on their terrifying achievements in subduing Constellation and Camus Union with violence to seize influence and dominance over the Alliance of Freedom. They had also occupied a large amount of benefits in the northernmost part of the Golden Corridor. So, if the Alliance of Freedom is trying to break away from Ekstedt's control, Thales thought, Lampard wants to start a war towards the west? But the people led by Archduke Rockne are clearly criticizing his rule. Does the king still expect to use this arduous and unrewarding battle to clear his name? Since that scene 6 years ago, the conflict between the king and the archdukes has long been irreconcilable, hasn't it? Viscount Kent Vida raised his head and looked at Saroma, who seemed to be deep in thought. My lady, this is King Chapman. His Majesty asked me to bring you important information. The dignity of Northlanders can only be protected with blood. Kent Vida's gaze focused, and there was a faint sense of oppression in him. What is Dragoncloud City's attitude towards this? In the face of Kent Vida's seemingly polite but aggressive question, Saroma furrowed her brows. At that moment, Thales saw a flash of helplessness and hesitation in her eyes. But the young girl quickly coughed softly and looked at Regent Leespan out of habit. Count Leespan was silent for a long while. It must have been difficult for you to obtain information. Finally, the regent raised his profound gaze, which seemed to carry a weight of 1,000 pounds. Black Sand region is clearly far away from the desert and the Golden Corridor. But you actually reacted to such a major matter earlier than the city of Faraway Prayers, which is right next to the Alliance of Freedom, and even sent someone to inform us earlier. Is it Archduke Rockne's oversight, or are you being too considerate? Leespan especially emphasized the word considerate. The moment he said this, Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Viscount Kent Vida's expression also changed slightly. He sized up Count Leespan again. I see. The Prince of Constellation figured out the suspicions of the envoys from Black Sand region. They should not be the ones to inform us about this matter, and they should not be so enthusiastic. Behind Kent Vida, Croche snorted softly and said coldly, Of course we have to live up to his ambitions and grand plans when we serve a king who aspires to travel far and wide. Kent Vida curled up the corners of his lips and nodded slightly at Croche. However, the female warrior did not even look at him. She only stared at the Archduchess. Leespan snorted indifferently. Let's not talk about Ekstedt's influence on the Golden Corridor for now. Count Leespan straightened his back slightly, and his tone was solemn. The Alliance of Freedom is connected to abundant commercial goods and huge profits. It is also adjacent to the city of faraway prayers. Once it breaks away from our control, the one who will suffer the most and worry the most should be Archduke Rockne. Am I right? You are really generous to trouble yourselves for his sake. In the increasingly depressing atmosphere of the meeting, the Count directly pointed out the doubtful point. Kent Vida smiled faintly. The Rockne family and the city of faraway prayers' losses are Extet's losses. However, Leespan interrupted him loudly. Even if Archduke Rockne is tirelessly and clearly denouncing King Chapman's rule, even if he calls for us to refuse to pay taxes to the king, and that traitor who does not respect tradition? Kent Vida seemed to be angered as well. His originally smiling expression turned cold. Extensions are inseparable. We are bound together for good or ill. This is the future that His Majesty the King hopes for and works hard for. Of course, we hope that Archduke Rockne can understand his painstaking efforts, and we hope that you can understand as well. This is indeed an interesting piece of news. Count Leespan looked like he was prepared to shoulder all the pressure from the Archduchess, so that the overwhelmed Archduchess could relax. The Kinslayer is actually a patriot. The moment Count Leespan uttered that nickname without hesitation, Kent Vida and Croce's expressions turned cold at the same time. Thales sighed inwardly. Kinslayer. This is probably a stain and shadow that Lampard will never be able to get rid of for the rest of his life. Thales recalled Chapman Lampard's expression in the firelight. Compared to other people's opinions, the bigger shadow should be in his own heart. This could be said to be the brand that King Neuven left for Lampard, a brand that would accompany him for the rest of his life. Believe me, King Chapman has always placed Extet's dignity and interests in his heart. Kent Vida's expression was ice-cold. I cannot tell you how much His Majesty wanted to gather all of Extet's military forces and tear down the Alliance of Freedom's city walls to serve as their tombstones the moment he received the news. But Leespan snorted angrily without holding back. Put those pretty words away. The old regent's tone was very calm, but it seemed to contain a pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. When Archduke Rockne of the city of faraway prayers leads the heroes of the city, and appeals to the entire country to get ready to revolt against the king's unjust actions, the Alliance of Freedom to the west of the city of faraway prayers inexplicably became internally unstable and caused trouble for Rockne? Thales could not help but furrow his eyebrows at Leespan's straightforward attitude, but the prince could not figure out Kent Vida's intentions. This is a fight between the king and Rockne, but why did he deliberately inform Dragon Cloud City? Does King Chapman still expect Dragon Cloud City to stand on his side? Rockne has to choose, right? Leespan removed his hands from his back and crossed them in front of his chest. He took a step forward and stared at Kent Vida, who was at the foot of the stairs. In the name of justice, if he wants to solve his immediate worries and protect his prestige as the Archduke of the city of faraway prayers, he must give up on protesting and opposing Chapman. He must even work with the king. Only then will he be free to deal with the internal strife of the Alliance of Freedom and seize back the interests that belong to the city of faraway prayers. Kent Vida was silent for a few seconds. I do not understand what you mean, Your Grace. Leespan snorted coldly. We are all Northlanders. Let's not play the Constellatiates politics of the Empire. Constellatiates? Politics of the Empire? Thales could not help but raise his eyebrows. The prince swore that he saw the corners of Saroma's lips curl upwards. Tell me, Leespan said sternly. If Rockne does not make a choice that meets your expectations, how will King Chapman react? Kent Vida stared at Leespan for a few seconds. In the end, the envoy of Black Sand region laughed. I believe that His Majesty still has to respect the joint ruling pledge. After all, the Alliance of Freedom is the closest to the city of faraway prayers. So when it comes to handling matters related to the Alliance, he respects Archduke Rockne's attitude. He also respects the interests and autonomy of the city of faraway prayers even more. Condemning those children is one thing, but recklessly meddling in the Archduke's internal affairs is undoubtedly unwise. Hey! Leespan shouted sarcastically. At this moment, our king actually remembered the joint ruling pledge. and remembered that this is the internal affairs of the archdukes. Kentvita did not answer. He only bowed slightly, and the regent shut his mouth. The hall regained its strange silence. Thales saw Nicholas furrowing his eyebrows tightly, while Saroma seemed to be deep in thought. Strange. In this strange audience, Thales quickly found a few suspicious points that he could not figure out. Black Sand region mentioned the Alliance of Freedom, but according to Leespan, this was just one part of the game between King Chapman, Archduke Rockney, and the other opposers. But what does this have to do with Dragon Cloud City? Why did Lampard send someone to inform Saroma about this? More importantly, what does this have to do with me and Thales Jadestar? If what Gilbert said about, there are no meaningless words in diplomacy, and testing our footsteps and strength, is true, Thales frowned. He had too little information. A few seconds later, Count Lisbon's expression changed. He raised his gaze. I know why you came to Dragon Cloud City. The Count became solemn. And what happened yesterday? Leespan narrowed his eyes. You sent Dragon Cloud City into the eye of the storm. What? Sent Dragon Cloud City into the eye of the storm? Thales was slightly stunned. He could not keep up with their train of thought. Obviously, he was not the only one who did not understand Lisbon's words. Saroma widened her eyes. This was the usual behavior of a young girl, when she was confused. The young girl and the teenager looked at each other. They saw the doubt and puzzlement in each other's eyes. Eye of the Dragon Seal Leespan. Kentvita's expression became completely serious. He looked at his opponent again. As expected, you live up to your reputation. At that moment, Thales had a feeling that today's meeting was a confrontation between Leespan and Kentvita. It was a game of chess that only they could understand. Let's end the audience here, my lady, Leespan said coldly. Saroma stared at Leespan in a daze, but she still nodded obediently. Are you sure? Kentvita sneered. This concerns the great dragon's honor and disgrace, and his majesty is waiting for the Archduchess' reply. The Viscount added meaningfully, and not the regent's reply. Thales sighed in his heart. That's enough. You know better than anyone else how this will proceed. Leespan stared at Kentvita with a cold expression. He did not even bother to maintain a friendly facade. The Archduchess will give you an answer, but not now. The Count said coldly. At least, not before the city of faraway prayers sends an envoy to visit. Kentvita inhaled and regained his calm expression. He bowed slightly. Then we shall take our leave, your grace, the Viscount of Black Sand region said softly. By the way, Kentvita cast a meaningful glance at the slightly puzzled Saroma. He said, the new spectacles are very beautiful. Saroma could not help but change her expression. Thales felt a chill run down his spine. The regent's gaze on him was very oppressive. Count Leespan snorted coldly. Enough said, your grace. Kentvita smiled, bowed slightly to the Prince of Constellation intentionally, and turned to leave. At that moment, Star Killer, my superior sent his regards. Croche, who had been silent all this while, suddenly raised her head and looked at the warrior on the other side of Leespan. That knife is really difficult to use. Those were his exact words. On the stairs, Nicholas sneered. This knife is quite useful. The Star Killer shook his head. What a pity. Croche nodded and turned towards the Archduchess' seat. Your Grace, please take care. She stared at Saroma with a gentle and hopeful gaze, causing Thales to be slightly startled. Ah, thank you for your kindness, Saroma answered subconsciously. Please believe that your weight and value are far greater than you imagine. The female warrior seemed to only want to finish what she wanted to say. Croche said softly, no matter what, your existence is a miracle that has not been seen in Northland for 1,000 years. You are the flag that allows us to move forward. Please seize the power that belongs to you, be independent, and become a true Archduke of Ekstedt. Because you are not inferior to anyone else. After saying this, Croche bowed deeply. Then, ignoring Saroma, who had yet to react, she turned and left resolutely, following Kentvita's footsteps. The hall was filled with astonishment and solemnity. Chapter 291. Even though Thales was baffled by the baffling meeting with Leespan, and the confrontation between Leespan and Kentvita under the table was also filled with suspicious points, the second prince did not intend to be troubled by this for too long. If there was anything he learned from that thrilling night 6 years ago, it would be, "So you came to me?" In the blood court, Poutre, whose afternoon stroll was interrupted, stared at the smiling prince in dissatisfaction as he paced back and forth. Yes. Thales leisurely imitated Poutre's pace. His right hand tapped his saber rhythmically. Ralph and Waya followed behind them. "And I look forward to your answer that I'm satisfied with." Poutre snorted coldly. "You expect a slow-witted, stubborn, and sarcastic old man who has just arrived in Dragon Cloud City 2 days ago to analyze such a complicated and difficult diplomatic and internal affairs situation?" The Lord flicked his pipe with a nonchalant expression. "Perhaps you should ask Gilbert, and I really can't do anything about it." A slow-witted, stubborn, and sarcastic old man? Thales took a deep breath. "All right." The prince turned around and walked backward in front of Poutre. He raised his hands and faced Poutre. "I will not mention for now how that grumpy old man managed to find the kingdom's secret intelligence department and Nicholas during the most desperate moment 6 years ago. First, he miraculously rescued me from the secret room in Lampard's hands. Then he decisively supported us in breaking into Heroic Spirit Palace, and cleverly sent the prince into the Hall of Heroes. In the end, he miraculously saved Dragon Cloud City's glory." Waya chimed in cooperatively behind him. Even Ralph nodded and hummed. Thales gave them a thumbs up. Poutre flashed an unpleasant smile. "Not for now?" Thales ignored Poutre's smile and continued. "I'll just say that on the first day I arrived in Dragon Cloud City, that grumpy old man told me in a baffling manner, vividly, and in great detail what kind of shocking secret happened in the highly secretive Hall of Heroes during the council hearing in Dragon Cloud City on the day of Dragon Cloud City's affairs, which is difficult to get close to. Do you know how furious Lisbon's expression was when Kentvita revealed the contents of the hearing?" Poutre raised his eyebrows. "I have more friends, that's all. And most importantly," as Thales retreated, he raised his right index finger and pointed at Poutre. "Amidst the treacherous and complicated situation in Dragon Cloud City, you who have been missing for 6 years, suddenly appeared?" Thales leaned forward and narrowed his eyes. "Are you going to tell me that this is a coincidence? That you're just here to introduce a teacher and give him a pair of glasses?" "Uh-huh." Poutre coughed awkwardly. "Speaking of that pair of spectacles, you know it was specially made for the Archduchess. It's..." Thales furrowed his brows. "Waya Madeira, guard the perimeter. Let no one hear us," he interrupted, wisely putting an end to Poutre's attempts to change the subject. The slightly puzzled duo received their orders and left. Thales turned around again and looked at Poutre sternly. Poutre looked at the prince, feeling a faint uneasiness in his heart. "You know, I didn't pursue the matter that day." Thales' expression changed slightly. "But Waya reminded me more than once. After I was trapped in Dragon Cloud City, you disappeared without a word. It took you more than 6 years to reappear in front of me." Thales raised his head. "It's not that I don't trust you, but why didn't you do it earlier or later? Why did you do it now more than 6 years later?" Poutre's expression froze. Waya inherited his father's sensitivity. A few seconds later, Poutre sighed softly and said, "But he didn't learn his father's magnanimity." Thales ignored him and continued to speak. 6 years ago, when I was just recognized as a prince, you had just returned to Eternal Star City when Gilbert asked you to protect me in the north as the vice diplomat. Poutre stopped walking. He lowered his head so that his expression could not be seen clearly. "Facts have proven that Gilbert's decision was correct. Not everyone can deal with the White Blade Guards, the Secret Room, Black Sand Region, the Kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department, and Count Leespan with limited resources and a keen sense for conspiracies and the atmosphere in an isolated city without any help. In fact, not only can he not be at a disadvantage, he can even do it with ease." Thales also stopped walking. He shook his head. "Although you are very good at hiding yourself, and no one really cares, I know better than anyone else that a powerless prince can never save the world alone. From decisively retreating, preserving his strength, contacting everyone, rescuing the prince, hinting me to counterattack, breaking into Heroic Spirit Palace, playing the game with Black Sand Region, and reversing the situation. Thales took a deep breath. 6 years ago, the person who truly saved Dragon Cloud City countless times behind the scenes was actually you. Lord Putre Nemain, the former civil official from the Foreign Affairs Division with a suspicious identity, the former Viscount who was demoted after the Bloody Year, and the former king's eldest son, Meteor Jadestar's attendant. Putre did not speak. Thales lowered his head and remembered what Putre had told him about the Bloody Year in Heroic Spirit Palace. As far as I know, this is not something an ordinary person can do. Thales' expression darkened slightly. Don't you think that there are too many mysteries surrounding you, Putre? In that second, Putre froze for a moment. His expression stiffened. It was as if Thales had seen through him. Be more honest. Thales observed Putre's reaction and sighed. He turned around again and waited for Putre to catch up. Putre, don't learn from the kingdom's secret intelligence department. You know I don't like them. Tell me, what kind of chess game am I in right now? They walked past a big tree. Putre knocked the ashes out of his pipe. His expression was gloomy, and he did not say a word. Thales only stared at him in silence. I understand. Finally, Putre sighed slightly and returned to the tone he used when they first met. What do you want to know about the current situation? My troublesome little prince. Thales frowned slightly and recalled the many doubts in his mind. Connect. After a few seconds, the teenage prince looked around and said cautiously and softly, I want to know how all the major events on the surface are connected through the hidden interests under the surface. I think this is your forte. Putre put his pipe back into his tobacco pouch and was slightly startled. Connect? Thales nodded and imitated Lisbon's action of putting his hands behind his back, but his gaze drifted into the distance. 6 years ago, Miranda Arun told me in the prison cell that everything that happened in Dragon Cloud City seemed to be unrelated, but there was actually an important clue that connected everything. Thales narrowed his eyes. Later, we discovered that the clue behind the scenes was called Dragon's Blood. At that moment, Putre unknowingly slowed down and fell a step behind the prince. Over the past few months, ever since King Chapman issued the new enfeoffment decree, the city of Faraway Prayers gathered everyone to denounce the king. Lampard was condemned. I was blamed as a hostage. The Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City was forced into a marriage. The Alliance of Freedom was unstable, and Black Sand Region came to Dragon Cloud City as ambassadors. Thales was completely unaware of everything around him and continued to ponder. Although everything is very fragmented, and some things are not even related, but I feel that the current situation is the same as it was back then. There is also a vague clue that connects everything. I want to seize it, instead of passively dealing with the troubles that come knocking on my door. Putre's gaze froze for a moment. Both of them were silent for a few seconds. Finally, Putre let out a long sigh. You know, when we met the day before yesterday, I thought you were more cheerful than before. The thin man shook his head. But now I realize that the real you is even more anxious, vigilant, and nervous than before. Can you really sleep at night? This time, Thales stopped moving. 6 years ago, I fell once due to carelessness and complacency. The prince's gaze slowly focused. The price was my freedom, and an enemy of the king. That feeling, the feeling of helplessness and fear where you can only drift with the wind, not knowing where to go in the next second. Thales stared fixedly at the stone slab under his feet, which had cracked due to age, and said flatly, I don't want to experience it a second time. At that moment, for the first time, Putre felt that the 14-year-old teenager beside him was a prince named Jadestar. The Lord shook his head gently and whispered, You've changed. Thales snapped out of his daze and smiled faintly. Everyone changes. Either more or less. Putre stared at him for a long time. Finally, when Thales thought that a few centuries had passed, Putre started walking again. This time, the Lord's expression was no longer languid and sarcastic. It became serious and nervous. For many years, the Alliance of Freedom has been dependent on the city of Faraway Prayers for survival. Here it comes. Thales quickly caught up with him and pricked up his ears. As the great dragon's vassals, they provide Exdet with benefits from the Golden Passage. Exdet also maintains its control over the Golden Passage and the western side of the peninsula through them, keeping Camus Union in check from afar. Poutre scratched his chin and said seriously, "You know, it's just like our relationship with Sarah Dukedom. Constellation controls Dragonkiss Land, which means that they control the southeastern end of the Golden Passage and the coast of the Long Corridor. They even affect Thornlands. I know. Saroma's teachers taught me that Exdet and the Alliance of Freedom had a fight 20 years ago." Thales coughed and waved his hand, cutting off the former bard's desire to talk and perform. "Let's get straight to the point. Poutre glanced at him in dissatisfaction. He seemed to be very displeased with the fact that the little prince who was obsessed with listening to stories had now become a young man who interrupted him. However, he still continued, "About what you said about the fight. 20 years ago, the governor of the Alliance of Freedom found a new ally. He thought that King Nuven was busy with the dangerous situation at the glacier defense line, and had some disagreements with the city of Faraway Prayers, so he had no time to care about the West. So, for the first time, he had the idea of independence." Thales was slightly startled. "A new ally?" Poutre nodded. "White Mountain," he said cautiously. "These arrogant white elves rarely interfered in human affairs. They were not very powerful, but they should not be underestimated. They supported the Alliance of Freedom in seeking independence," the Lord said as he walked. "Of course, some people suspected that the Camians were also involved. Exdet and Vine City, which is located in the south of Camus Union, were united by marriage. This made several northern Camus Union states very uneasy." Thales was slightly startled. He thought of Marquis Shiles, who was always smiling. "And the result?" "The result?" Poutre snorted softly. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. The overconfident governor of the Alliance seized the tribute goods sent to Exdet without authorization. He also wrote a tactful but firm letter, requesting that they reevaluate their friendship. Even though the city of Faraway Prayers and Dragon Cloud City were in conflict, as the supreme ruler of the kingdom of the Great Dragon, King Nuven did not gloat over their misfortune, nor did he reply to the letter to wrangle. Poutre put on a stern face. He did not hesitate to blow the enlistment order. The army of Dragon Cloud City traveled a long distance and met up with the soldiers from the city of Faraway Prayers and Defense City. They then marched towards the Alliance of Freedom. Thales quietly listened to the past of the Alliance of Freedom and Exdet. He quickly connected the details of the information that were not recorded in class or in history books with the current situation. As a conclusion, more than 20,000 Extension warriors trampled through every gate and barricade in Fort Liberté. Prince Soria's troops even fought their way into White Mountain and threatened the White Elves' Archon Court. They stained the Good Flow River red with the blood of their enemies' skulls. When Poutre said this, he felt a little sentimental for some reason, as though he had seen it with his own eyes. It was said that after 2 years, the nobles in Good Flow City did not dare to drink the river water that flowed from the upper reaches of the Alliance of Freedom. The price of the famous freshwater seafood in the Good Flow River basin also plummeted. That year, King Nuven reaffirmed the kingdom of the Great Dragon's absolute dominance at the end of the Golden Passage. He intimidated the small countries and city-states that had become complacent in the peace. He used blood to tell the Alliance of Freedom that there was no such thing as mutual friendship between the Great Dragon and the ants. Nuven. Thales muttered to himself. He thought of the old king with unparalleled might and his tragic end. It's him again. King Nuven's 30 years of rule that shook the Western Peninsula was not without reason. Poutre sighed softly. Not every king lived up to his oath to stand at the forefront of the kingdom. After that, the Rockney family in the city of Faraway Prayers changed their attitude towards Dragoncloud City. Even the Camians became more well-behaved. Good Flow City even humbled themselves. The Marquis of the city personally came to Northland to apologize with a smile. Thales thought of something. 20 years ago, as the king, the Archduke of Dragoncloud City sent troops to support the interests of the city of Faraway Prayers in the name of all of Exdet. The prince punched his palm. So when the Alliance of Freedom became unstable again, Lisban said that Rockne had to choose. Thales recalled Regent Lisban's words in the hall. If the city of Faraway Prayers wanted to receive the support of the entire kingdom led by the king, Archduke Rockne would have to choose to compromise with the king and give up on gathering the nobles to denounce King Chapman. The thin lord snorted softly. Indeed, this is a good method. In the name of the king, with the righteousness of Extet, he forced the archdukes to take the initiative to fight for the kingdom to be in the hands of Black Sand region. Portray nodded. I can imagine, in the face of King Chapman's helping hand, Rockne. But Thales shook his head firmly. I know Archduke Rockne. He will not choose to compromise. The image of Lampard and Rockne with ferocious expressions appeared in Thales' mind. The tense scene of them facing off against each other in the hall appeared in his mind. He would rather practice his beliefs in blood and fire, and fight against the king to the end. Also, Thales thought, the conflict between King Chapman and the archdukes now was far from comparable to the conflict between King Neuven and the archdukes in the past. Portray chuckled. That's even more interesting. They walked up the steps leading to the prince's bedroom, and watched as a broken tree root extended beneath their feet. If Rockne refuses the king's help, he will have to face the internal strife of the Alliance of Freedom alone. If necessary, he will not hesitate to send troops alone to reaffirm the dignity of the kingdom of the Great Dragon. It is a small matter for the city of Faraway Prayers to watch the Alliance of Freedom go out of control and lose a large amount of income, but Archduke Rockne's prestige will definitely suffer a heavy blow. Regardless of whether the city of Faraway Prayers is humiliated or Extet is humiliated, it will not be a good thing for him. Thales desperately tried to recall the geographical overview of Extet's western side. To deal with the Alliance of Freedom alone, can the city of Faraway Prayers and Rockne do it? This is the time to test the city of Faraway Prayers' strength, as well as Archduke Rockne's control over his vassals. Portray seemed to be recalling something. But I think, even if it will not be as smooth as when the three archdukes worked together 20 years ago, it will still be more than enough for the city of Faraway Prayers to deal with the small Alliance of Freedom, which is adjacent to the desert and the Golden Passage. But the problem is, once they put all their energy into the internal strife of the Alliance, Rockne's plan to continue contacting the nobles and denouncing the king will be affected. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. So Regent Lisban's suspicions are true. The internal strife of the Alliance of Freedom is related to Lampard, and he might even be the one behind it, the prince said faintly. This will allow the city of Faraway Prayers and Archduke Rockne, who are on fire in their backyard, to stop pressing forward, and save Black Sand region from being denounced by the entire country. Portray raised his eyebrows. Who knows? But Thales stopped again with a puzzled expression. But I still can't figure it out. If this is just a game between the common elected king and Archduke Rockne, why did King Chapman send Kentvita to Dragon Cloud City? And why did Lisban say that Dragon Cloud City was sent into the eye of the storm? Why Dragon Cloud City? Portray also stopped in his tracks. He smiled faintly, and his eyes shone with a strange light. You found the point, young prince. Thales' eyebrows twitched. Chapter 292. While Thales was still in a daze, as if he had grasped something, Portray took out his pipe again, and began to fill it with tobacco. As you said, once the staunch Archduke Rockne does not compromise with Black Sand region, does not rely on the king's conscription order, and does not rely on King Chapman's name, and decides to clean up the mess in the Alliance of Freedom on his own, Portray said straightforwardly, facing the prince's gaze. But if he wants to continue denouncing and fighting against King Chapman, Thales took a deep breath. Rockne will have to find additional helpers to take down the Alliance of Freedom at the lowest cost. The logical clues in the prince's mind became clearer. For example, Dragon Cloud City, and the Walton family, who once sent troops to support the city of Faraway Prayers. Thales looked up with a solemn expression. I'm starting to understand. Portray nodded and lit his pipe. As long as Rockne obtains Dragon Cloud City's support, as long as the Archduchess promises to send troops to support the city of Faraway Prayers battle, just like she did 20 years ago. Poutre said calmly. Then Rockne can confidently reject Lampard's ill-intentioned scheme. He can deal with the Alliance of Freedom with ease while saying no to the king without flinching. I understand now. After Rockne makes his choice, Thales thought of the young Archduchess and pinched his chin, feeling a headache coming on. Then it will be Saroma's turn to choose whether to support Rockne and join him in fighting against the king. Poutre snorted softly. But this time, it's completely different compared to the simple show of support. Supporting the City of Faraway Prayers means that she has to put up a bargaining chip, pay a price, and make a promise. If necessary, recruit troops, march westward on a large scale, and fight against the Alliance of Freedom and its supporters. The current situation is like when Prince Mariah was assassinated, and King Kessel was faced with the choice of whether to fight or to make peace. As he puffed out smoke, Poutre let go of the pipe in his mouth. The Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City has to make a decision on behalf of Dragon Cloud City, to fight or to make peace, to pay the price and resolutely support the City of Faraway Prayers in dealing with the Alliance, or to stand by and watch the situation develop. The prince slowly raised his head. The choice King Kessel faced when Prince Mariah was assassinated? Thales recalled the Supreme King of Constellation, who coldly raised the scepter in his hand when he was pressured by the vassals in Renaissance Palace 6 years ago. Wait, it would be fine if it was someone else. Thales recalled what Poutre had told him about the feud between the two countries and the past. He could not help but be slightly shocked. But Dragon Cloud City? Ah. Poutre was a little surprised by the prince's reaction, but he still nodded expressionlessly. For an ordinary extension, when faced with the Alliance of Freedom, this is just a question of fight or not. But for Dragon Cloud City and the Walton family, this isn't just about the great dragon's honor, it's also about the family's dignity. Poutre exhaled a puff of smoke. His gaze was sharp. 20 years ago, on the day the Alliance of Freedom's Governor-General's rude letter arrived in Dragon Cloud City, before the snow on the envoy's boots had dried up, Nuvan VII blew the conscription order of the kingdom without hesitation. Attack the Alliance of Freedom. Thales' expression became extremely solemn. A year later, King Nuvan's eldest son, Soria Walton, chopped off the Alliance's Governor-General's 10 fingers one by one in Fort Liberté, which had surrendered, in front of the shivering elders of the Alliance. Poutre's tone also slowly became solemn. It was said that every time he chopped off a finger, he would loudly ask one of the elders, "Do you know how to write a letter?" After chopping off the last finger, Prince Soria threw the disrespectful letter back to the almost fainting Governor-General. "No, you don't," Soria said with a smile. Then he hanged all the elders who did not answer no. Soria Walton. Thales furrowed his brows. Sounds like a brutal commander. Poutre narrowed his eyes and lowered his head slightly. But he also succeeded in making the Alliance of Freedom remember the great dragon's anger and terror. During those years in the Golden Passage, Soria's name was more useful than King Nuvan's. Even Camus Vine City, which was the Walton family's in-laws, benefited from it. Even their most hated enemy in the Alliance did not dare to make things difficult for their goods. Thales clenched his fists. "Do you understand now?" Poutre stared at the prince. King Nuvan ordered to send out his troops, and Soria won. Just like that, the Walton family protected Extet's dignity. And 20 years later, if the Archduchess, who has been criticized and questioned by the people, chooses to remain neutral and watch from the sidelines when faced with the Alliance of Freedom, chooses to retreat and avoid war when faced with the same problem, Thales exhaled. He had figured out the crux of the matter. She had no choice. The prince said firmly, in order to prove that she did not let down her father's honor, and to protect the Dragonspear family's dignity and rule, Saroma had to send out her troops. So in the game between King Chapman and Archduke Rockne, which was triggered by the instability of the Alliance of Freedom, Dragon Cloud City is the key. The Archduchess is not only a chess player who has to join the game, but also a turning point that can help Rockne turn the situation around and make King Chapman return to his awkward position. Thales furrowed his brows tightly. So Black Sand Region sent someone to Dragon Cloud City, because it is indeed in the eye of the storm. It is a vital point in the game between several great forces. However, Putre shook his head at this moment. If only things were that simple. Thales raised his head in surprise. What do you mean? As I said, this situation is very similar to the predicament King Kessel faced in the past. Putre took a puff of his cigarette. There was shrewdness and vigilance in his eyes. If the Archduchess made a promise to the City of Faraway Prayers and supported Rockne's expedition to the west against the Alliance of Freedom at the critical moment, the problem is, how many vassals in Dragon Cloud City will support her? How many soldiers can be enlisted and should be enlisted? How will the benefits and costs be distributed? If only the direct territories of the Walton family are willing to respond, then should this war be fought? If an army is enlisted, which noble and respected vassal should lead the army? Thales was stunned. Compared to the predicament King Kessel faced in the past. What Kessel faced? That means. A terrifying thought rose in his mind. If the Archduchess cannot make a promise to the City of Faraway Prayers, she will only gain the reputation of being indecisive and hesitant. Putre's words were intermittent, and there was a rhythm that made people uneasy. He continued, but if the Archduchess makes a promise but is unable to fulfill it at a critical moment due to internal reasons in Dragon Cloud City, such as opposition from the vassals, a lack of soldiers, a lack of resources, or even the army recruited by Dragon Cloud City returning in failure due to low quality, then under the eyes of all of Ekstedt, the impact of this matter on the Archduchess rule will be devastating. Thales frowned. If Saroma only sends the direct troops of the Walton family, and does not rely on the power of the vassals, Putre snorted coldly and shook his head. When a powerful archduke who has countless vassals under his command can only send his direct subordinates to the battlefield alone, then in the eyes of countless people, that archduke's reign will soon come to an end. Putre snorted coldly and shook his head. Thales heaved a deep sigh. Finally, with Putre's help, he found the clue that ran through the front and back. So, in short, all the problems can be summed up in one sentence. Putre took a long drag on his pipe. The wrinkles on his thin face slowly tightened. Is the current Dragon Cloud City still like the Dragon Cloud City under King Nuvan's command in the past? Is it still like the Dragon Cloud City under King Nuvan's command in the past? Is it still a unified entity? Is it indestructible from the inside out? And is united? At the moment when the reputable Dragon Cloud City and the Walton family need to stand up, the archdukes are watching her, and the vassals are also watching her. The time to test the Archduchess' prestige has arrived. Putre snorted coldly and said, to protect the family's reputation, to protect the country's dignity, and to fight against King Chapman, the Archduchess must represent Dragon Cloud City to make a promise, and ensure that this promise can be fulfilled. Thales stared at Putre dumbfounded. Putre's gaze was focused on Thales' gray eyes. His tone was frightening. And to ensure that the vassals will support this promise, the Archduchess who has been in power for 6 years. And how much is she willing to pay? Thales took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Thales exhaled and said with great difficulty, pay a price. For example. Putre nodded. He silently observed the prince's expression. While sighing, he said softly, for example, is she willing to show her sincerity and trust to the vassals? For example, if the Archduchess marries one of the vassals, to maintain the cohesiveness of Dragon Cloud City in exchange for the vassals' trust and cooperation. With the support of her husband and the inheritance of her bloodline, she will break away from the Archduchess, and become the Archduchess, to restore the glory of the Walton family. Putre's voice was very soft, but in the prince's ears, it was so heavy that it sounded like thunder. Thales closed his eyes helplessly. He furrowed his eyebrows and clenched his teeth. The little rascal from 6 years ago appeared before the prince's eyes. He remembered that day 6 years ago, when the dirty little girl was engrossed in reading books in the library. He remembered that in the Hall of Heroes, when the tear-stained girl shivered and looked helplessly at the ring of triumph on her finger. He remembered that in the streets of Shield District, when the little girl screamed and desperately tried to pull him away from the tentacles. He remembered. Tell me, Putre. Thales opened his eyes and said helplessly, when the fight between the king and the archdukes becomes more and more intense, when the Alliance of Freedom is in chaos, when the City of Faraway Prayers may ask Dragon Cloud City to send troops, when Saroma needs the vassals' support the most. During the day of Dragon Cloud City's State Affairs hearing, someone took the opportunity to cause trouble. He raised an issue regarding the Archduchess' marriage, reminding everyone that their suzerain is unmarried. Thales raised his head and said faintly as he sighed in exhaustion, "Is this really a coincidence?" Putre did not answer immediately. He turned his head gently and looked at a towering tree in the courtyard. He looked at its roots, which had already begun to rot. Finally, Putre sighed. There is a saying that may be arbitrary, but most of the time, it is correct. Please remember it. That is. The Lord clenched his pipe tightly. His gaze was cold. There are no coincidences in politics. Thales lowered his head dejectedly. A breeze blew through the blood court. In the distance, Waya seemed to be complaining to Ralph about something. The phantom wind follower crossed his arms again with a look of disdain. "So that's how it is," the prince said softly. "Everything is connected now." He raised his head and looked at the sun above his head. From the City of Faraway Prayers denouncing the king, to the troublesome King Chapman, to the disturbance during the State Affairs hearing, to Kent Vita's envoy, to the Alliance of Freedom. Putre stared at the prince quietly and listened to his words. Outside, this is the conflict of interest between the Alliance of Freedom and Extet, which was triggered by the Kingdom of the Great Dragon's internal strife during the past 6 years. Thales said faintly, "In essence, this is the rift left behind by the Special King Selection Congress 6 years ago. It is a game of chess between Chapman and Rockney, between Black Sand Region and the City of Faraway Prayers, between the common elected king and the archdukes." Thales pressed his hand on his saber and took a step forward. His expression was unpleasant. Inside, this is the turmoil in Dragon Cloud City caused by Nuven's death, the disturbance caused by Archduchess Walton's succession to the throne, and the waves that were suppressed by Lisbon's prestige and the Archduke's endorsements are surging back in a frenzy 6 years later. The prince gritted his teeth, and his tone gradually became nervous. Lisbon must be very angry. Someone, no matter who, bypassed him. The Archduchess' highest vassal and the regent who was actually in charge of Dragon Cloud City, and attempted to interfere with the succession of power in Dragon Cloud City. Putre stood behind him, and the corners of his lips curled up in a barely noticeable manner. You can see it very clearly. Even if someone might be making things difficult for us, this is indeed the seed we sowed when we ran amok in Dragon Cloud City and Heroic Spirit Palace 6 years ago. The Thin Lord said with a sigh. It was as if he had returned to the days when he fled for his life in Dragon Cloud City, and survived in a desperate situation. The backlash 6 years later. Thales' face was tense. He clenched his teeth so hard that he almost broke his fists. F***CK, this is not the end. The poison like dragon blood. Not only has it not dried up, also, it is still flowing. Silence fell between the two of them again. Just when Putre thought that the prince's emotions had become agitated because of the sudden information. There is one more thing that I don't understand. Thales turned his head and looked at Putre. He asked abruptly but calmly, "Why me?" The Lord stared at Thales' expression in surprise. Contrary to what he had expected, the prince was not panicking, agitated, or even overly emotional. He did not even seem nervous. This young man, compared to 6 years ago. Thales pursed his lips. His eyebrows moved slightly, as if he was thinking about something seriously. This is the battle between King Chapman and Archduke Rockney. It's a storm that Dragon Cloud City is embroiled in. Thales' gaze became sharp, making Putre uncomfortable. He even had the urge to turn his head away. But why? Thales asked succinctly. Why did Kent Vita request to meet me? To meet a prince of Constellation? Looking at the prince's gaze, Putre inhaled, raised his stiff hand, and held his pipe in his mouth. I don't know. Putre blinked and tilted his head. Maybe it's a coincidence. Coincidence? At that moment, Thales narrowed his eyes. It was as if he wanted to see something from the man's eyes. Putre smiled and took a deep puff. The old pipe smoker, who treated tobacco like his life, suddenly realized that his pipe had been extinguished. He sighed. I suggest that you pay less attention to these matters in Dragon Cloud City. To be honest, because of the storm the other day, you are now in an awkward position. After all, this matter has nothing to do with you for now. Portray shrugged. Unless you can't bear to watch your little lovers. Thales was slightly stunned. Portray smiled faintly. The prince's expression was unpleasant. He frowned and looked at the lord. His face was full of suspicion. Little lover? Portray blinked again. It's just a joke, your highness. Thales crossed his arms and snorted in dissatisfaction. But he was immediately stunned. Wait, Portray. The words you used just now. The prince stared at the thin lord with an unpleasant expression. His tone was full of doubt. What do you mean by, for now has nothing to do with me? Under Thales' questioning gaze, the thin lord coughed. His expression was solemn. It's time for you to meet the Archduchess. You should go to the library, Portray said with a serious expression. I can't let the Archduchess wait for too long. Thales was instantly stunned. Chapter 293. When Thales braced himself and walked past the layers of guards, enduring gazes that were fiercer than usual, especially Nicholas' warning gaze, he passed through the old and heavy arched door and entered Raikuru's library, which he was very familiar with. The Prince of Constellation was fretting over what should have been a casual and relaxed meeting. Is Saroma aware of the political vortex she's in? Unknowingly, the girl was already in an inescapable chess game. She was facing Lampard Rockney and the vassals of Dragon Cloud City, who were experienced and ruthless chess players. Thales did not know how much Leespan had told her, nor did he know what the Archduchess' current state was. He also did not know what kind of attitude and stance he should use to face Saroma. He had to face the former girl, who was now a lady. The library was still the same. The arched corridor filled with rows of tall bookshelves swept past his field of vision, amidst the intertwining light and shadows. The passage beside the bookshelves was brightly and clearly illuminated by the braziers and the reflective gemstones on the ceiling. There was only darkness and obscurity between the bookshelves that blocked off the light. Thales anxiously walked between the light and darkness. He walked past rows of bookshelves and arrived at the place where he met the two girls for the first time 6 years ago. It was the glass cabinet that stored the first treaty between the two countries. You're late. The Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City sat quietly on a chair. A thick book lay open on her closed knees. Thales looked around hesitantly. He was not surprised to see Gings, the female official, and two maidservants at the ends of the corridor. The former was like a statue. She had her hands on her chest, looking straight ahead elegantly and nobly. The prince took a deep breath, walked up to Saroma, and lowered his voice. Saroma, listen, The Archduchess interrupted him without raising her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly, but her voice was very calm. This batch of books was newly collected by the merchants from Dragon-Kissed Land. I heard that many of them are ancient books and handwritten copies. Thales raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised by Saroma's interruption. He only hesitated for a moment before he pulled over a wooden chair, turned the back of the chair towards Saroma, and sat down with a solemn expression. He rested his arms on the back of the chair. At that moment, the prince felt his mouth go dry. Facing an old friend of more than 6 years, he said stiffly, I heard about what happened on the day of the state affairs hearing. The girl did not answer, but her hand did not turn the page. I want to say, After seeing Saroma in person, Thales felt that he had become clumsy. He had a belly full of things to say but did not know where to start. He could only say stiffly, Thank you for protecting me. The Archduchess still did not raise her head, but she snorted softly through her nose. If it were not for Thales' extraordinary hearing, he would have thought that she was daydreaming. But Thales sighed. I've also heard about it. I just flipped through the table of contents for this new batch of books. However, the Archduchess interrupted him again. There are many contents that you are concerned about, such as the Battle of Eradication. And the dragons? Saroma's face was still lowered, almost parallel to the book. Thail's expression tensed. She was not in the right mood. Saroma. Regarding the day of the state affairs hearing. Thales recalled the two conversations he had with Putre and gritted his teeth. You. Yes, marriage. Thales was stunned. Huh. Saroma slowly raised her head and flashed a faint, bitter smile. This is what you wanted to talk to me about during today's training. The Archduchess sneered softly. Isn't it? Thales could not help but notice that the girl's eyes were a little red. He nodded subconsciously. Yes. Saroma closed the book on her knees and sighed softly. So, what do you want to say? She placed the book on the table beside her and went straight to the point. Recommend a husband to me? When Saroma said this, she raised her eyebrows, looking rather aggressive. Thail's words were a little sluggish. He opened and closed his mouth, but in the end he could only say a few words. I want to ask. Saroma tilted her head slightly. Her green eyes behind the pince-nez stared at him without moving. For the first time, Thales realized that this little girl's gaze could be so difficult to resist. A few seconds later, the prince, who still could not form a sentence, could only exhale and pretend to be relaxed. So regarding your marriage, what did they say? Is there anyone in mind? This time, Saroma stared at him firmly. She stared at him for a whole 10 seconds. It made Thales feel uneasy. Finally, Saroma exhaled through her nose, shook her head, and averted her gaze. It's those people, the counts who are directly under the vassals, such as Count Hurst, she said faintly. Hurst? Thales frowned. The Count of Flatiron County? That golden beard? Yes. Saroma added expressionlessly. Among the direct vassals of Dragon Cloud City, his age is the closest to mine. The prince grabbed the back of the chair and straightened his back. Close in age. Thales widened his eyes and exhaled subconsciously. After the initial shock, he said disdainfully, Yes, he's only 20 years older than you. Saroma cast him a thought-provoking glance. Or the son of a noble. Count Nazir has a son in his early 20s. He's the heir of the family. Nazir Jr. Thales frowned again. I heard that his dissolute reputation is known from the maids in the city to the sows in the suburbs. The Archduchess narrowed her eyes in puzzlement. How did you know? Thales snorted softly and shook his head. Gossip from the kitchen. During the banquet, the maids all want to. Forget it, it's not important. Saroma pursed her lips, seemingly dissatisfied. If it really doesn't work, there's still Seal. This time, Thales interrupted her. Count Leespan? The regent? The prince looked as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. My God, that old man even has a grandson. Thales. Saroma seemed to have had enough of Thales' tone. She said coldly, the candidate I'm talking about is Seal's grandson. Thales was speechless. Saroma stared at the ground in dissatisfaction. The embarrassed Thales rested his chin on his arm. For a moment he had nothing to say. Finally, the silence between the two was broken by the Archduchess. Thales, she whispered in a tired voice, don't you want to see me get married? Thales did not speak immediately. Saroma. A few seconds later, Thales managed to speak. His voice was deep. Tell me the truth. Do you really want to get married? Saroma raised her head abruptly. Her expression was tense. Is this important? The prince heard the girl's words as if she was acting out of spite. You know I have to get married. Thales furrowed his eyebrows slightly. He straightened his back and moved his chair closer. We've known each other for 6 years, you know. The prince's expression was serious. I don't want to see you unhappy. I don't want to see you forced to do something you don't want to do. Because, Saroma stared at him in a daze. Because I'm the one who caused you to become like this. Thales shut his mouth and said to himself dejectedly. The moment Little Rascal agreed to help him 6 years ago, and the moment Little Rascal was announced as the Archduchess of Dragon Cloud City appeared before his eyes. Thales sighed and rested his chin on the back of the chair. A few seconds later, the Archduchess tilted her head and looked to the other side. Even if I don't want to, so what? Saroma's voice suddenly traveled into his ears. What can you do? Can you forbid them from marrying me? The Archduchess still tilted her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly, but her shoulders trembled slightly. Or can you forbid me from marrying them? Thales raised his gaze, feeling melancholic. She doesn't like this, he told himself. Thales sighed. If you don't want to, then don't marry them. Saroma suddenly turned around and stared at him coldly. Humph, she snorted. If I don't marry them. At that moment, the girl's gaze was very strange. Then who should I marry? Thales felt his eyelids twitch. Before the Archduchess could say anything strange, he stood up from the chair abruptly. Well, what I mean is, you're an Archduchess. Thales coughed and scratched his head, imitating a certain burly police officer in his memory. As long as you insist on your own will, no one can force you to do anything you don't want. If you don't want a husband, then you don't have to force yourself to marry. After saying this, Thales felt uncomfortable all over. He shrugged and smiled awkwardly. Saroma stared at him deeply, not saying a word. After a long while, the Archduchess said softly, You've also seen the envoy from Black Sand region today. Seal told me that the matter with the Alliance of Freedom isn't that simple. Seal also said that Dragon Cloud City has no choice. If I want to win the vassals' support and protect the Archduchess' authority, then all the more you can't simply marry. Thales interrupted her and quickly added, You can't hope to win support with marriage. Think about it. You're alone. The prince took a deep breath and endured Saroma's piercing gaze. And there are 6 counts in Dragon Cloud City alone. No matter who you marry. Perhaps you can calm the storm for a short while and get through this crisis. But the price is that you will soon be dragged into a deeper level of Dragon Cloud City's internal strife. Thales sighed. Because your new husband is one of them, you will no longer be able to stay out of the relationship between the vassals. You will no longer be able to act as a supreme and fair arbiter. You will no longer be able to rule this land as their suzerain. Moreover, an archduchess who uses her marriage to compromise with the nobles will not be able to gain loyalty. This time, Saroma stared at him for a long time. She stared at him until Thales felt a little embarrassed. You know. The young lady's voice was a little airy. Seal said the same thing. Lisban. Thales shuddered. He also opposes your marriage? Saroma did not answer him directly. She laughed and said, But the vassals will be very unhappy. She said listlessly, What should I do? What should Dragon Cloud City do? They're already very dissatisfied with me. They say that my bearing is not stable, my charm is not good, and my dressing and speech are immature. If I still refuse to marry them and have no children. The Archduchess sighed slightly. She was a little dejected and tired. I know that in the future, whether we send troops or issue decrees, they will not cooperate obediently. Thales exhaled. For some reason, after knowing that Lisban also opposed the suzerain's marriage, he felt inexplicably more at ease. But when he turned his head, he saw the Archduchess' dejected and bitter expression. Thales clenched his fists lightly. He sat back in his chair. No, Saroma, the prince said seriously. This has nothing to do with your bearing and charm. It has nothing to do with your dressing and speech. It has nothing to do with whether you get married or not, and whether you have children or not. Your vassals, they will have this kind of attitude. Saroma raised her head and stared at him blankly. Thales clenched his fists tighter and tighter. He took a deep breath. It's because, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by the Archduchess again. Because I am an Archduchess. Saroma could not help but laugh. She tilted her head back and leaned against the back of the chair. She looked askance at the row of bookshelves in the distance. I am a woman who makes them look down on me. Thales was stunned. Yes, I know. Saroma's voice was very low. At first glance, it sounded emotionless. I have always known. They are not used to it, and they dislike being ruled by a woman even more. Whether it is them or the enemy, they all feel that such a Dragon Cloud City is not stable. They feel that I am weak and ignorant. So they urge me to get married. The Archduchess will marry a local noble of Dragon Cloud City, leave a seed in my belly, and bear the name of Walton. One day, I will hand over power to him. Then, Dragon Cloud City will be considered stable. Thales did not speak, but his grip on the back of the chair tightened. During the day of the council hearing, no matter what I say, everyone's eyes will only be on Seal. Saroma's words sounded like she was talking in her sleep. If I am right, they will cast praising gazes at Seal. If I am wrong, they will cast reproachful gazes at him. It's not just this time. It's the same in the past. It will be the same in the future. Saroma gently shook her shoulders and laughed in spite of herself, as if she was numb. None of my so-called vassals care about me. The Archduchess' voice was very weak. She leaned all her weight on the back of the chair, as if she had lost all strength to support herself. They only care about the title of Archduchess and the Walton bloodline. And I am not important at all, except for my belly, because it can give birth to the Walton's seed. Thales gritted his teeth slightly. Saroma took a deep breath and stared at Thales with bloodshot eyes. She suddenly burst into laughter. Maybe they are right, Thales. Saroma bit her lower lip and expressionlessly said, maybe I can't be an archduchess at all. Maybe I was born weak and should rely on others. The Archduchess' voice became fainter and fainter. In the thick and simple library, she leaned against the chair and said faintly, when I was young, I relied on Alex and was an unknown little maid. When I grew up, I relied on you and King Nuvan to become an archduchess with your strength. Now, I rely on Seal to rule Dragon Cloud City on my behalf and deal with those things that I can't think of. In the future, I also have to rely on my husband and the bloodline in my belly to stabilize Dragon Cloud City and live the rest of my life. Moreover, I don't even have the Walton bloodline. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the prince slammed his palm on the back of the chair. Saroma. Thales said sternly, reprimanding the stunned girl. Saroma, little rascal. The prince took a deep breath and put on the most serious expression he could think of. Do you know why I dragged you to skip classes? Especially Madame Ging's etiquette class. Without waiting for her to answer, Thales spoke. Because you are an archduchess. The teenager clenched his fists. But they teach you weaving, sewing, embroidery, playing music, singing, dancing, and housekeeping. They think of you as an archduchess. Archduchess and archduchess are the same word. Thales gritted his teeth. But they are worlds apart. They are absolutely not the same. Chapter 294. Saroma stared at him with a slightly misty gaze. But they didn't do anything wrong, did they? She snorted and shook her head. She raised her right hand and looked at the triumph ring on her thumb. I didn't. Little rascal. Thales once again used that name from a long time ago, and fiercely interrupted her. The girl raised her head in a daze. Don't, Saroma. Even if you can't choose who you want to be. But at least, don't become who they want you to be. Thales stared at her. Please, don't become that. But Saroma was only slightly startled. She shook her head mockingly. It's useless. As the Archduchess of Northland, my future has already been decided. Even if it's not this time. She said disappointedly. I've thought about it. I'll marry a local noble, give birth to a male heir, and then be politely sent to a secluded place until I'm old. Asterisk slap. Asterisk a crisp sound rang. Saroma stared at the second prince in a daze. She watched as he grabbed her right hand. Little rascal. Thales stared at her seriously and moved triumph to the center of their line of sight. Even if you're a woman, you can still live a very exciting life. I know of a woman like that. The female official Gines Bachkovic who taught you swordsmanship and etiquette. Saroma shook her head and laughed. I've heard you say it 1,000 times. The legendary woman who broke away from the shackles of her family and stood alone in the capital. She's good with table knives and longswords. But she's special, and she's not a suzerain. No, not her. Thales spoke decisively and stopped Saroma from speaking. I'm talking about another young girl. Saroma was slightly startled. Her wrist, which Thales was holding, trembled slightly. You mean a young girl? Yes. Thales nodded firmly. She's also the last orphan of a great family. She survived the chaos of war and riots. inherited the title at the age of 3, and led a region. Saroma did not refute him. Instead, she looked at the prince with a puzzled and inquiring gaze. Thales took a deep breath and recalled the autumn and winter 6 years ago. When I first met her, she was about the same age as you are now. She was 15 or 16 years old. She was inexperienced, young, and even a little immature. But at that time, she was already an important person who could take charge. I still remember the scene when she crossed the entire Hall of Stars and faced the country's emperor, ministers, and people with sonorous and forceful words. Thales said absent-mindedly. And when she walked into the hall valiantly in that casual purplish-black hunting suit, the crowd in the entire hall automatically retreated to make way for her. At that time, there were also people who mocked her, looked down on her, despised her and looked down on her. How can Constellation be ruled by ignorant women and children? As for that girl, she just walked over slowly with a cold face and small steps, elegant and aloof. She didn't care about what she wanted to say, whether it was ridicule or condemnation, whether it was support or opposition. Even the two powerful counts could only walk behind her. One of them looked murderous, and the other looked noble. But they could not outshine her brilliance. Instead, they were suppressed by her aura to the point that they could barely be seen. When she waved her long sleeves and spoke in a cold voice, it was as if everyone present had become her foil, be it the king or the duke, the nobles or the commoners. Saroma listened to his narration and was slightly surprised. You're talking about Constellation, the guardian of Blade Edge Hill. The Duchess Lyanna Tabark. The Duchess Lyanna Tabark. The prince narrowed his eyes. As far as I know, she is still an unmarried woman. Under the emblem of the Blood Moon, she single-handedly supports the Tabark family of the 6 great clans, protects and rules Blade Edge Hill. Thales turned his head abruptly and looked at the stunned Saroma. If she can do it, so can you. One day, you will also be able to stand at the top of Dragon Cloud City with your own strength, without relying on anyone else, and win everyone's respect. Thales inhaled and fixed his gaze on the girl's face. One day, you will be able to tell the vassals of Dragon Cloud City in a dignified manner that the person who rules them is an archduchess. Saroma stared at Thales. After being stunned for a while, she smiled helplessly. It's too difficult, the girl said with a sigh. I can't do it. Thales shook his head and said with determination. It's not difficult. What's really difficult is that you think you can't do it. That's why your vassals feel that Dragon Cloud City under your rule is not stable. Saroma blinked and stared at the prince with a softer and brighter gaze. I still remember the little rascal who risked her life to drag me out of the hands of the calamities. I also remember the little rascal who crawled out of the fireplace and anxiously memorized her lines to help me out of trouble. At that time, the girl did not hesitate to say, "It's too difficult." Saroma did not say anything. She only watched Thales hold her hand in silence. Saroma, remember this. Choose who you want to be. If you don't want to be a vase that is manipulated by others and traded casually. The prince squeezed her hand tightly. His tone was unquestionable. Then don't act like a vase. Saroma stared at the prince in a daze. A few seconds later, her originally misty and unfocused gaze became focused again. If you don't want to marry a man who is old enough to be your father and live on your belly. Thales' gaze became fierce. Thales' gaze turned fierce. Then reject them. Let's think of a way together. Of course, I think Lispan will help you. As long as you say that you don't want to. Then you don't have to marry them. The two of them stared at each other and remained silent for a long time. Thales did not turn his gaze away. Saroma's eyes flickered. She seemed to be a little touched and a little panicked. Finally, Saroma looked at the prince with a determined expression and took a deep breath. Thales. Saroma cleared her throat. She seemed to be a little hesitant. Thales responded with an encouraging gaze. But the hesitation only lasted for 3 seconds. The girl gritted her teeth and tensed up. Thales. Saroma raised her head. Her gaze was serious. I don't want to marry Count Hurst. Thales exhaled and nodded heavily. Yes. I don't want to marry Count Nazir's son either. Yes. I don't like them. Saroma's words slowly became smoother from the stiffness in the beginning. I don't want to marry anyone else either. Thales stared at her. Very well. The prince raised his eyebrows. You won't marry them? Thales shrugged. Because I don't like them either. The two of them stared at each other. A few seconds later, they snorted and laughed together. Phew. Thales sighed slightly in his heart. Now Poutre is going to nag me with an expression that says, I knew it would be like this again. I have to think of a reason to convince him. If the Archduchess doesn't marry, it will be more beneficial for us. And I have to find time to talk to Lisban these few days. About Dragon Cloud City. And the Archduchess. While laughing, Thales pretended that nothing had happened and let go of the other party's hand. In the library, a maid frowned. With all due respect, Gings, I know that the lady's mental state has not been very good lately, but their behavior is still a little too intimate. For the Archduchess' sake, we should intervene. The maid turned to Gings, the female officer, and said tactfully, she needs us now. Gings, the female officer, still had that old-fashioned expression on her face. She quietly watched the teenage prince and the young Archduchess giggle in the distance. Believe me, for the Archduchess' sake. Gings turned her stern gaze and shook her head. What she needs the most right now is not us. Suddenly Saroma spoke again. Thales. But this time, she tilted her head slightly. Her expression was a little cunning. If I am willing to marry them, marry the vassals of Dragon Cloud City, would you still say these words? Would you still stop me from marrying them? Thales heard something and was momentarily stunned. He shrugged. Of course. The young lady smiled faintly. Didn't you stand up for me on the day of the state affairs hearing? Thales scratched his head again. The friendship between friends is mutual, and it cannot be bought with money. Saroma's gaze lowered slightly. Thales scratched his head and awkwardly searched for an excuse. You know, if you get a local husband in Dragon Cloud City out of nowhere, then maybe my good days will come to an end. Of course, I have to try my best to stop it. Oh, I see. The young lady's voice became gloomy again. Right, Thales? Thales blinked, looking puzzled. Saroma raised her head. The Archduchess narrowed her eyes in a thought-provoking manner and asked, Lyanna, is she beautiful? Thales' eyelids twitched again. I don't really remember. The prince exhaled and twitched the corners of his mouth. The atmosphere at that time was too tense. I only remember that my legs kept trembling. Saroma burst into laughter. Thales also chuckled a few times. But his memory immediately returned to 6 years ago. Lyanna. 6 years ago, she was 15 years old. Now she should be in the prime of her youth, like a blooming flower. That girl who left a deep impression on people. The moment Lyanna opened her mouth to speak, when her gaze was as sharp as a blade, and when she stood up to the dukes without showing any weakness. Thales was lost in thought as he pictured the heroic young duchess in his mind. Even when she faced the ex-dead envoy and forcefully ridiculed Lampard. Saroma widened her eyes and looked at the prince's response. I realized that the words beautiful, pleasant, unparalleled, and other words used to describe a beauty were no longer sufficient to describe her. Lyanna at that moment. Thales closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Just like a magnificent diamond that reflects the sunlight. The prince recalled the past in Renaissance Palace, and sincerely praised the heroic Duchess of Blade Edge Hill. He exhaled and said, dazzling, dazzling, and dazzling. It's unforgettable at first sight. At this moment, thud. Thales felt a pain in his chest as a muffled sound rang out. With a contorted face, he opened his eyes and looked at a book that was thrown at his chest. A new book that arrived today. Saroma also held a book in her hand and said coldly, I flipped through it and found some places that you might be interested in. Hurry up and read it. You've wasted too much time. Weren't we having a good chat just now? Thales rubbed his chest in pain. He had just realized what mistake he had made, but he was still indignant. He was about to refute. But you can't. Shut up and read the book. The Archduchess put on a stern face and said fiercely, Don't waste time. I still have class later. Thales exhaled and rolled his eyes the moment Saroma lowered her head. Fierce woman. With a bitter expression, the prince lowered his head and straightened his sitting posture. He flipped open the book marked against the heavens in his bosom. What book is this? An evaluation of the Draconic language? Thales flipped open the bookmarked page and was immediately attracted by the title of the chapter. The prince's expression became solemn. Following his habit, he began to study the book in a low voice. The structure of the great dragon's throat is extremely unique. Hence, the pronunciation of the Draconic language is also extremely complicated, to the point that it cannot be recorded without musical instruments. The recorded Draconic language can only represent a part of the syllables. In the mouth of the great dragon, most of these Draconic words have another way of pronouncing that we cannot imagine. Draconic language. Thales' 6 years in the library was certainly not just for the sake of finding peace and quiet. More importantly, the prince recalled that night, the huge figure that rose from the flames, and the various mysteries about him. His mood became increasingly heavy. It had been 6 years. He had been beating around the bush with Saroma and found many documents. They had learned the names of at least 15 great dragons in history. However, among the 15 names with different characteristics, the one he was looking for was not among them. Apart from a few races, such as the elves whose singing is comparable to that of a lark, most races cannot rely on their voices to directly communicate and converse with the great dragon. Thales read the paragraph he drew and frowned. No wonder the Queen of the Sky wanted to communicate with us like that. It turns out that we can't speak the Draconic language. Damn it. So, as long as the name is pronounced in the Draconic language, it cannot be pronounced in the common language, or even by humans. If that's the case. Not there. Saroma's voice traveled to his ears. She seemed rather impatient. Flip to the second bookmark. Thales, who had mixed feelings, raised his head in annoyance. How would I know if you don't tell me? However, the moment he saw the fierce look in Saroma's eyes, he shrank back with a whoosh. The prince obediently flipped to the second bookmark. The ancient elves were one of the few races in history who could fight against the great dragons without falling into a disadvantageous position. In the dragon-slaying war, this name comes from the historical records of the ancient elves. The author believes that the great dragons must have had another name similar to the hunting for long ears game. The ancient elven kingdom hunted and killed at least 6 famous great dragons. Hence, they are also the race that knows the great dragons the most. In fact, a lot of the author's information came from the generosity of a friend in White Mountain. Thales narrowed his eyes. 6? Could it be that Saroma wants to show me the list of the 6 dead great dragons? Saroma knew that he had always been interested in the great dragons, and often looked up the names of the great dragons. But she might not know that the great dragon he was looking for had lived until now, at least 14 years ago, until he was born in this world. And it know her name was. The warriors who killed the great dragons were usually divided into several groups and worked together. They were usually equipped with a machete that was sharp enough to cut through metal, similar to the ones used by the elven imperial guards. They also had a mithril shield that had a melting point that was high enough to insulate temperature. They were equipped with both offense and defense. The author suspects that this was the origin of human swordsmanship. At the very least, the Northland military swordsmanship should have borrowed the tactics of the great dragons in terms of spirit and equipment. Wizard J.L. Mindes, the Northern ancient history expert in the Ascetic Tower, and the author of The Legend of the Iron Blood King, Wizard J.L. Mindes holds the same view. However, Master Rhymer, the Alchemy Tower's weapons technology expert, believes that the Northland military swordsmanship was mainly influenced by the ancient beast's personality fighting skills on the battlefield. Snipers, this unit is responsible for long-range attacks and restraints. They are equipped with a variety of special arrows that can affect the great dragon, and they hold a foldable, long-range sniper bow that can quickly attack and suppress fast-moving targets in the air, ranging from the dragon's eyes to the dragon's armpit. Even today, the Wanderer Elven settlement in the Empire's Green Heart province still retains this bow-making technology, and it even influenced Greenheart Province to become the Empire's top archer production area. The saying Northland is tough, West Billows is ruthless, and Green Hills produces strongbows has spread far and wide. The Romete family's Greyhood Archer Unit is a terrifying existence that can take a person's life from hundreds of steps away. I believe that this has something to do with the ancient Elven Kingdom's dragon hunting skills, although the Greyhoods refused to admit it. Thales was puzzled. The more he read, the more confused he became. What are these? How do they hunt the great dragon? Obliterators. These elves, who have the least number of people, have the most dangerous tasks. They have to get close to the great dragon's fatal weakness in battle, and strive to injure or even kill the enemy in one strike. The obliterators are usually the most outstanding scouts and vanguards. They go into battle lightly and sneak up on the enemy. They only have the most inconspicuous but most expensive short sword in their hands. It can be said to be priceless. It is said that this kind of dagger was forged with special and secret materials and methods. It can pierce through dragon scales without any hindrance. But what the author can't understand is, even if it is so sharp, how can such a short weapon pose a fatal threat to the huge body of a giant dragon? According to the author's research, this legendary weapon is known as the Dragon Breaker. There are very few of them in history, and only the most powerful obliterators are qualified to wield them. It is said that it is a weapon with magic power. Every time a great dragon is injured or killed, the blade of the sword will accumulate the power of the hunter, and become more powerful, sharper, bizarre, deadly, and full of vitality. These are the original words in the ancient Elven literature, but the author still has doubts about the translation of the last word. When Thales read up to this point, he raised his head to look at Saroma from time to time. However, the other party's angry gaze made him have no choice but to lower his head again and again. The prince could only sigh deeply. All right. He flipped a page. In the next second, Thales shuddered. Did you see that? Saroma sighed. I'm also very surprised. Thales raised his head in a daze. The large book opened to one of the pages, and on it was a simple sketch of a weapon. He touched the drawing and instantly knew what Saroma wanted him to see. This is... Thales said in a daze. Yes. Saroma nodded solemnly. According to the records, this is an elite weapon that only the ancient elves' Obliterata army possess. Dragon Breaker. More than 300 years ago, the king of the Oathkeepers, Midir IV, built the sturdy fortress at the border between the two countries. It was named after this. Thales lowered his head in a daze and looked at the weapon sketch drawn in the book in disbelief. It was a short sword with a strange weight ball, and a gem embedded in the center of the crossguard. The handguard was curved in a reverse arc towards the blade. Even though it was not painted, he could still recognize it. Dragon Breaker? In Thales' nearly 14 years of this life, he had seen a short sword of this style once. No, he had not only seen it before. 6 years ago, Thales had held a short sword of the same specifications with his own hands. It was a short sword that was as red as blood. It woke up like a warrior who had been asleep for a long time and shone in his hands. The short sword seemed to have a mind of its own. It transmitted vague syllables and words and called him Blood Brother. I'm so tired. Sleep. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.